800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
My name is Barbara Panzano. I live in Hatboro, Pennsylvania. It's really important to get involved with Crash Proof sooner rather than later. You're going to make more than you ever made in the stock market. With Crash Proof, I actually made double digits in two of my accounts. One was over 20% and one was over 13%. Unbelievable returns for my first year. And the best thing is, with this volatile market, it's not going to affect me. I know that I'm guaranteed my principal. The double-digit returns that I earned will never be taken away. With the tariffs and a potential trade war, it's going to be a very rough year. But I won't be experiencing any of that pain because I'm involved in crash-proof retirement. I have peace of mind, and I don't have to stay up worrying about it at night anymore.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Mendenhall Inn on April 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Don Stenslin Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Buongiorno, I have to say, as I think about Italia. We'll talk about
Isn't that
Italy,
French?
all things. Buongiorno.
I thought that was French.
No. Bonjour. French would be bonjour.
Ah, okay.
Buongiorno.
How cultured I am, Don.
Buongiorno. I don't know how to say breaking news. We have a lot of breaking news, so we'll talk about the breaking news, and it's great news for one big city mayor. But of course, we have to begin with Happy Liberation Day. Happy Liberation Day. President Donald J. Trump. Now, he plans a big show. I was thinking about this because Trump, he's a planner. And I don't know, it's not a Gemini thing because we're both Geminis. He's June 14th. I'm June 15th. You know, I kind of love to talk about that. But he is a big planner. And I thought about this morning. He has been planning this big event. And he pictured it. I think he visualizes things like guys love to visualize things anyway. And he's a real estate, mogul and all of that. So he has been redoing the Rose Garden with a little help from, I believe, the First Lady as well, Melania. Donald, my high heels, they shrink into the grass. And so, remember, he said that. So they've been putting the pavers and prepping the beautiful Rose Garden. It's going to be beautiful. But seriously, he plans a big show. He has reportedly told aides to prepare for all the pageantry as he's going to walk into the White House Rose Garden. and make some big announcements. And it's a big reveal because even though we have Caroline, and Dan has it all queued up, we know what Caroline Leavitt has just said about what we can expect, this and that and the other thing with Trump's tariffs. And many in the media, of course, just blasting this. But Trump has said repeatedly, the golden age of America is upon us, and we need to make America a manufacturing superpower, right? That's bring back these jobs, bring back America, make America great again. And today we'll see that on full display. It will happen, and thank God we're live and local here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. So during the Rich Zeoli show, that's when all of this will be breaking, and Zeoli will have it front and center, no doubt, as we all always have it for you. So let's, if we can, do we want to go to Caroline Leavitt just yet? I can tee this up for you as far as what we are expecting. And many had said, oh, Trump is not going to do this. He's not actually going to unveil these new tariffs. It's a game of chicken. He's negotiating and he's going to blink. No, I do not believe he's going to blink. However, you hear more and more from quote unquote insiders that there's this inside reported scuffle where they all don't like Howard Lutnick, with local ties, obviously, billionaire. He has all these billionaire business guys who really should, I think they'd rather be on their yacht. Maybe they'd rather be in Cinque Terre or Isle of Capri or wherever. But no, where are they with Trump for now? But I think Howard Lutnick I think he's a brilliant guy. Every time I hear him speaking, he makes a lot of sense. He's a brilliant mind. He's a financial biggity big, as I say, and a guru. And I think that he's a great Trump ally. But I can already see that they're prepping for the fall guy. So if all else fails, throw Howard under the bus. That's you can see that.
Oh no!
I think that's.
You think Howard's the guy?
I think they're going to throw him under the bus. They're going to blame him because everybody always. Here's the thing. I don't think Trump is afraid. I think he's confident. He's moving forward. He loves idea people, which Howard Lutnick is. But I think I'm not saying that's Trump's plan. I'm just saying that's the others in the administration who are a little nervous. And this guy, this Howard guy, and he's just kind of, he's a little too rambunctious. It's too big of a risk. And so I think they're scared. And so they've already prepped it for him to be thrown under the bus. This is highly anticipated, and Trump has promised that we are going to get a fair deal. And the tariffs, and Caroline Leavitt, if you saw her, she always has her graphics, and she prints them out, and she shows all of the different tariffs and how supposedly we have these friends, these allies, and yet many of them, we have, as you heard many of my interviews, that we have the lowest tariffs in the world. In other words, we always give the fairest deal. On top of that, we are the world's police, no matter what anybody says. We always send help. We send the most aid. And yet, these so-called friends who we are so good to, they're not as good to us. They charge us more. They rip us off. And so is that a friend? If you're always, let's say you're going out to coffee, right? Or you're going to the restaurant and you always end up paying. Or let's say your friend says, well, I'll pay for lunch next. And then they take you to Mickey D's. But you're always taking them to the finest restaurant. Is that really a friend?
That's terrible.
Right? That's not right.
Do you
That's
have
not
somebody
a friend.
in your life like that? Are you speaking from experience?
No, I'm not. I'm not. But well, maybe I am. But I will say this, we're like the sucker, and so why not make it fair? It should be fair, especially to our closest friends. So the fair thing to do is to say to your friend who's been taking advantage and just sucking off your teat, is to say, you know what? Next time we go out, not that this is personal, we're going to just split it right down the middle. I'm really not, but I'm just teasing.
I'm sorry I brought you to Wendy's, okay?
But I love that big potato. But how about we just split it down the middle? And that's fair. Okay, not this time and next time. This time I'll pay for the fancy restaurant. Next time you'll take me to Wendy's. Let's just split the bill down the middle.
No.
855-839-1210.
That's not how it
That's the number to call.
So I have those couple Levitt cuts ready for you.
Yeah. So let's hear Carolina.
So you want to start with the overall her overall thoughts on Liberation Day, or do you want to get into the nitty gritty where she talks about exactly what you're talking about, the fairness in manufacturing?
Let's go with the overall, the umbrella term where she's talking about Liberation Day, and then get into it.
Cool. Here it is.
Looking ahead to tomorrow, April 2nd, 2025, will go down as one of the most important days in modern American history. Our country has been one of the most open economies in the world, and we have the consumer base hands down, the best consumer base. But too many foreign countries have their markets closed to our exports. This is fundamentally unfair. The lack of reciprocity contributes to our large and persistent annual trade deficit that's gutted our industries and hollowed out key workforces. But those days of America, beginning tomorrow, being ripped off are over. American workers and businesses will be put first under President Trump, just as he promised on the campaign trail. The president's historic action tomorrow will improve American competitiveness in every area of industry, reduce our massive trade deficits, and ultimately protect our economic and national security. President Trump's economic vision is rooted in common sense. America will offer companies the lowest taxes, energy costs, regulations, if they make their products right here in the United States and hire American workers for the job. It's simple. If you make your product in America, you will pay no tariffs.
So one of the keys there, energy. So that's a key term, and the energy, the fuel, and that's why the deal with Russia, when people say, well, why have they been soft and favorable to Russia over Ukraine? The big picture for Trump is that he wants to get Americans the best deal. I guarantee, I don't have that. I believe that. I believe part of what Trump sees is when Russia says, hey, we've got a lot of precious minerals. We've got a lot of rare minerals. We have a lot of oil. Cut a deal with us. You may think that's too cutthroat. You may think that's rewarding somebody who invaded another country, and I will agree with you. But what is done, and not during the Trump administration. And so I think what Trump is looking at is peace and prosperity, making peace happen, whether it's the Middle East, whether it's Russia, Ukraine, and that continues. There's a lot of news swirling in both of those arenas. But the energy, when she mentions energy in there, we should not just gloss over that. That's one of the keys as we think about it. Trump had said, I think this was Sunday or Monday, he said the numbers will be lower than what they've been charging us, and in some cases, substantially lower. But he's saying there's a world obligation. We're going to be very nice. You know, he loves to say nice. We're going to be very nice. Relatively speaking, we're going to be very kind. This is what Trump is saying. So in other words, you be nice to me, and I'll be nice to you. Think about the word reciprocity when she says reciprocal. Okay, these are like, it's not like friends with benefits. It's more like this, reciprocity. I'll give you an example that you maybe can relate to. If you have, let's say, Pennsylvania with Maryland. I don't know if this is true of this, but let's say Pennsylvania with New Jersey. We have some reciprocal rules. Maybe for college students. If you're a college student in our state, then you're going to be considered in-state if you're a neighboring state. They do that with a lot of reciprocity for college students, for example. So that's what she's talking about is reciprocal. You be nice to me, I'm nice to you.
She has more on that if you want to hear it. No?
Okay.
Here you go.
President Trump's economic vision is rooted in common sense. America will offer companies the lowest taxes, energy costs, regulations, if they make their products right here in the United States and hire American workers for the job. It's simple. If you make your product in America, you will pay no tariffs. We have already seen a number of the largest companies in the world respond to this economic approach.
Uh-oh, here come the documents.
For example, Project Stargate, led by Japan-based SoftBank and US-based OpenAI, and Oracle, announced a $500 billion private investment in the United States-based artificial intelligence infrastructure. Apple announced a $500 billion investment in U.S. manufacturing and training. NVIDIA announced it will invest hundreds of billions of dollars over the next 4 years
their stock.
in U.S.-based
Blew up
manufacturing.
yesterday.
And the Taiwan
Wish I had NVIDIA stock.
semiconductor manufacturing company, TSMC, announced a $100 billion investment in U.S.-based chips and manufacturing. These are just a few of the investment announcements that have already been made, and it is clear that President Trump's America First approach is already working.
Okay. So this is the economy, the economy, the economy. I know the media this morning, all morning, they're talking about Wisconsin, Wisconsin, Wisconsin. Hey, Wisconsin matters, but Florida matters too. And Florida, just nailed it with those elections in Florida, Republicans winning. The incumbent, well-known judge, liberal judge in Wisconsin, it's true that liberals maintain. So in other words, it was a liberal judge on the high court, the state Supreme Court in Wisconsin, who retired and now will be replaced with a liberal judge. So they keep the 7-4, they keep the majority out of the 7 judges. They have 4 liberals, so they stay the same. So some may say, well, it's a wash. Yes, you would have had an opportunity, but you just remain the same. So I'll talk about Wisconsin further. I know because I worked there. It's one of my first TV jobs, and I had a little show. I was a producer, but then because I wanted to do a political show, it was my first real show on television, and it was called Capital City Sunday. And I wish I had a clip of it because I had this voice. I was like 20, 21 or whatever. You know what I mean? I was just out of school, just out of college. It was one of my very first jobs. So I'll give you a little breakdown.
It's not on your Broadcast Pioneers Hall of Fame reel, is it?
No, I should have had that.
Oh, darn.
Is that his little
I do have that if you want to.
No.
No, you don't want to play anything off of that?
Not yet.
Oh,
Not
okay,
yet.
okay.
Let me give, because we have to stay to time, right? Because we have a guest.
We do,
Maybe
yeah.
I know, I'm trying to avoid that. We do have the breaking news this morning. Just within the past, about half an hour ago, this broke that New York City Mayor Eric Adams, now his historic federal corruption case tossed. So he's free. He's free to campaign for the second term without the threat of jail or any of this hanging over his head. So Judge Dale Ho, with the best name ever, Ho has heave-hoed the case. I don't know. I'm sure New York Post will probably have a great headline if they don't already. But Judge Dale Ho ordering the case to be dismissed with prejudice, formally just crushing the criminal case. It's done. And so the Mayor Adams is free. It does say that it's this does not express any opinion as to the merits of the case. So it's basically that the court notes that it has no authority to require this to continue. So it's a legal technicality, if you will. That's what's going on here. Not that they're not determining innocence or anything of that nature. I know we have to stay on time because we have Dr. Bussler coming up, right?
Yes, we do.
We'll talk all things tariff, economics, all of that. 855-839-1210. It's good to be here with you. We're going to be right back.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Have you been thinking about doing a Roth conversion, but the upfront taxes are holding you back? Welcome to Rothright. We can show you how to significantly reduce taxes on your conversion, potentially saving hundreds of thousands, even millions in taxes over your lifetime. A Roth conversion will give you tax-free income, eliminate required minimum distributions, and leave a tax-free estate to your heirs. Call 855-415-ROTH for a free personalized analysis. That's 855-415-ROTH. Rothright is not a financial advisory firm. Consult with a tax professional before making making any financial decisions.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Summer's coming fast, and if you don't plan, you're going to be stuck home while everyone is making memories at the beach. Book your Memorial Day weekend stay today at the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May, my happy place. And I know you're going to love it. And it's never too early to book your June midweek stay and save. Stay 3 nights, get $60 a night in resort credit. 5 nights gets you $70, and 7 nights gets you $80 a night in resort credits that you can use at Hemingway's restaurant right on site, the outdoor pool bar, their beach concession stand, or in the gift shop where you can get passes for a whale watching boat cruise. Always book direct with them for the best rates. The Grand Hotel at Cape May is also the perfect place to host a wedding, corporate event, baby and bridal shower. With 4 beautiful ballrooms, they have the perfect space to make lifetime memories. So call and ask to talk to my friend Caitlin, and she will help you plan your dream event. Call them today at 800-257-8550 or grandhotelcapemay.com.
I'm Rhett.
And I'm Link.
And we're the hosts of the podcast Ear Biscuits. We're just 2 lifelong friends who've been talking about life for a long time.
From being dads to businessmen to all the random things we experience, nothing is off limits.
And now we're talking to you. We're answering your questions, giving advice that you may or may not want to take, and listening to your hilarious stories.
So leave us a voicemail to be part of the show at
1-888-EARPOD-1 on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Spring into savings now at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on Monogram appliances featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability. You'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
This is Jonathan Cans, 3rd-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Has your furnace or AC been on the fritz for years and you've been putting a Band-Aid on it? Well, stop procrastinating. Right now, there are amazing rebates and tax credits available. Enjoy up to $2,600 in federal tax credits, $1,400 in manufacturer's rebates, and up to $950 from PECO. As they say, now's the time. Don't procrastinate. Contact us at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Go to marvinekanze.com.
The big media are out to stop President Trump at any cost. ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, they're all the same. President Trump doesn't trust the big media, even Fox News. Now, millions of Americans are turning to Newsmax. Nielsen reports almost 30 million Americans tuned into Newsmax last quarter. And President Trump is one. He watches Newsmax and says it's terrific. So tune in tonight to watch Rob Finnerty's series, The Big Media's War on Trump. Every night, Rob Finnerty is exposing their big lies and gives you the straight talk you want. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems. Or download the free Newsmax app on your phone or home TV now. Millions have made the switch to Newsmax. You should too.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, Hatboro. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Yeah, we're talking about money, your money, saving you money. Wouldn't it be nice if this whole Liberation Day really is Liberation Day, meaning from taxation, making a fair deal for America? What does Liberation Day mean to you? More importantly, what does Liberation Day mean to our financial genius, biggity big guru, the money guy, our very own Dr. Michael Busler, professor of finance, Stockton University, the great Michael Busler. Good morning.
Good morning, Dawn. Thanks for having me. As you know, it's always my pleasure to be here.
Oh, you're always humble. So what do you make of today? It's supposed to be Liberation Day. I assume liberation from taxes or from getting a better deal maybe for tariffs or what? We don't know all the details because it's going to be 4 p.m. in the Rose Garden today. But what do you make of Liberation Day?
So what President Trump wants to do is free American business to do business around the world. And I believe last time I was on the show, we talked about how the U.S. places relatively low tariffs on virtually everything, 2.5%, and all of our trading partners, or virtually all of our trading partners, place much higher tariffs. In the case of Canada, they even put quotas. You can only bring in so much. So the U.S. manufacturers are not free to sell our goods around the world, and Trump wants to make sure that happens as soon as possible. His goal is, and it may take him a while to get there, but the goal is reciprocity. That is, whatever we charge, you charge. So we're charging 2.5%, you charge 2.5%, everything's fine. It's way out of balance now, and he wants to fix it as soon as possible.
So if this were an educational show, we'd say the word of the day, reciprocity, right? We talked about that for a segment. But so when we look at this, you said it might take a while. So one of the things I've been keying in, and you're the professor, so you can tell me, Dr. Busler, if I'm correct, but I keep hearing all the different spokespeople, as well as Trump, talking about energy within that. And so what do you see here? Because we don't have, I don't think in our news cycle and with social media, the American people and consumer confidence, all of that plays into this. And so that the timeline is critical. What do you see here when you look at the timeline versus reality of what is needed to make this work?
So what President Trump wants to do is to unleash our energy industry. If we can do that, and he's trying to do that as quickly as possible, I'll talk about time in a minute, but he's trying to do that as quickly as possible. And that's because if he can unleash our energy industry and we vastly increase the supply of energy, that will bring energy prices way down. He's trying to get them cut in half before the end of his first year in office, which is very aggressive. But even if he comes close to that, that will keep the inflation rate low. Remember when he left office in 2020, the inflation rate was 1.4%. So it'll keep the inflation rate low, and there may be some short-term pain associated with these tariffs in that by placing these tariffs on products, regardless of what anybody says and tries to spin this, a tariff is like a tax. it adds to the cost of the product and therefore tends to raise prices. So Trump says in the short term that's likely to occur, but I'm going to offset any price increases from goods that we import by bringing energy prices way down so that the overall inflation rate will remain relatively low. Now, he admits in some markets, I'm not sure what's going to happen in the automobile market, but if it goes through that he places a 25% tariff on imports, that'll drive up car prices. People will then say, well, and what he wants to happen is people start to buy American-made cars, but that'll increase the demand for American-made cars, and it'll probably push American-made car prices up a little bit too. So the overall inflation rate should come down because energy prices are coming down. Some specific markets may see some price hikes that may cause us a little bit of pain, at least in the short term. I think you also asked me how long is this? Well, energy, you just can't turn on a switch and start producing more energy. So this is probably a 6 to 9, maybe 12 months until you'll start to see the effects of an increase in supply. And then it's going to take probably up to a year after that to fully feel the effects of an increase in supply and lower prices. Now, again, President Trump is much more aggressive than that. He says he can bring prices of energy down sooner.
So how would he do that? He has said drill, baby, drill. That means Pennsylvania's in play. He has opened things up, and his team has opened things up in places like Alaska, etc. But how quickly can you really get that out of the ground and get that into the system and really make it matter as far as, like you're saying, offsetting the short-term pain of the tariffs on imports?
So one of the things that slows down the process is the ability to get permits and to have the government really get out of the way and let business do what it's supposed to do. So President Trump will reduce the amount of time to get permits. He's going to work on very large investments that are made into the economy. He's going to have a separate entity in government to help that get the permitting process through and get the machinery into the ground as quickly as possible. But even with that, it's still going to take at least a number of months to be able to bring that out of the ground. Although I just noticed the last month or two, and I'm not exactly sure why, but the last month or two, oil prices have started to come down a little bit. Sometimes that may be an anticipation of lower prices in the future because they look at futures markets. So maybe we'll be able to pull this off a little more quicker than most of us think. But it will, I still believe, take some time before that impacts. I don't see the energy prices falling significantly at the very earliest by mid-summer. Again, Trump says he can do it faster, but that's the way I look at it.
So two things, and I saw that on his True Social and at Real Donald Trump, I think on True Social and then on X, Trump had put out, it's an exciting day, Liberation Day, and talking about the fact that we were traveling down this, quote, unsustainable path. And so do you feel that as far as that the unfair tariffs, the way the budget is going, the way the spending is going, do you feel, Dr. Busler, we were set forth in an unsustainable path?
Absolutely. So even this year, we'll import about $1.2 trillion worth of goods. We'll export only about $400 billion. So it means we have a negative balance of trade of about $800 billion, which means $800 billion of our dollars are flowing out of the country, and it's reducing the potential wealth for Americans. So we can't keep doing this. This was started really under Richard Nixon when he allowed China to have most favored nation status, and that allowed them to start producing and importing, allow them to export rather into the U.S. with minimal or no tariff. And that created the wealth that China has seen, and most of it has come out of the U.S. So we can't sustain this. We have to get our balance of trade at least even, where we export and import the same amount, and we really like to see it where we have a surplus rather than a negative balance of trade. This is something that has to be done as soon as possible. It's not something where typically a politician gets in and says, well, we'll form a bipartisan committee and we'll meet next month and we'll have hearings and then we'll decide. And a year goes by before you do anything. He says we have to do it right away, and he's taking action to do it right away.
And
remembering,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
I wanted to ask. I know that President Trump on Monday had signed executive orders. Everybody was talking, about the music industry and Ticketmaster and all of that. But there was another executive order, and I think that's what you were referencing. I just want to make sure, when he had signed an executive order creating within 30 days of the 31st, in other words, of Monday, the Secretary of Commerce coordinating with Secretary of Treasury and also the Assistant to the President for Economic Policy, they're establishing this Department of Commerce and then naming it the U.S. Investment Accelerator. And so this accelerator department, a new department, if you will, they will, I don't know how to say it, it will be an accelerant, if you will, to think about. And I think of, because I'm a news reporter and at my heart, I think of an incendiary device, let's say. So this would be, in a good way, an accelerator that would make it so that policies, modernizing the process, but also cutting regulations. So all of this, is that what you're referring to?
Exactly.
Okay.
So take a look at the Keystone Pipeline. Now, under the Obama administration, they first proposed the Keystone Pipeline, I think under Obama's first term. It took years to get this approved. It got to Trump came into office. He took another 3 or 4 years to get everything approved. Finally, it was approved and we're ready to start building it. And then Biden got into office and canceled it. But the point is, it took 6, 8, 10 years to get something like that through. We can't take that much time with investments. So what we need to do is, Trump has already attracted a lot of new investment into the U.S. Honda's not building their auto plant in Mexico. They're building it in Indiana. Hyundai is building an auto plant here. The tech industry is investing money. The chip industry from Taiwan is coming over here investing money. Trump wants to make sure when they make those commitments, they can get their manufacturing facilities up and running as soon as possible. So this accelerator will be able to do that. And instead of taking years to get something approved, he wants things approved in a matter of months rather than a matter of years. That will do a lot to increase investment into the economy and get the economy growing again. And that's what we need to do.
When you see the media reporting this, and I know you watch it with a critical eye, what do you see that maybe the rest of us, we're not keying in on? But what do you see out there that you like or that you don't like, that bothers you? And what are you watching for within Trump? We're hearing pomp and circumstance in the Rose Garden, 4:00 today, that he's going to have his full cabinet there. What will you also be watching for during today's announcements?
So ultimately, what the economy really needs is a higher rate of growth. We've been stuck in about a 2% annual growth rate really for the last 15, 20 years. We need to get higher rates of growth in the economy. Why? When the economy grows like that, it provides opportunity for everyone. It provides more jobs for business people, more opportunity for them to expand their business, and the economy can grow. So what I look for when all of these politicians say what they're going to do, when the news reports on it, I keep thinking, how is this going to impact economic growth? And when we see actions that will increase economic growth, I start to feel good. I think the economy will be on the right track. The second thing is when people earn money, they have to be able to keep as much of what they earn in their own pocket. So when they start talking about lower tax rates and taxing fewer things, that makes me feel good too, because again, people will have more money in their pockets and they'll spend more. Now, the other side of that is if tax revenue is going to go down because we're cutting taxes, government spending has to go down. And President Trump is very serious about getting government spending down. Again, he's not going to take a year to form a commission and get the bipartisan and go to Congress. He wants this cut right away. So he brought in the smartest person he could find, said, listen, go look through these things and see how things can be modernized and see how we can cut government spending and still maintain the same level of service. I heard Elon Musk the other day. He says, my goal is to try to cut $3 or $4 billion a day out of government spending, and overall goal is to reduce government spending by about $1 trillion. Has to be done because this year, without doing anything, the federal government is budgeted to spend $7 trillion and only bring in $5 trillion in tax revenue. So again, a large deficit continues to add to the public debt. So growth will help that, and I think that's the most important thing. And keeping taxes low that give people an incentive to work more, knowing that whatever they earn, the majority of it is going to end up in their own pocket.
So do you think President Trump today, do you think it's likely that he'll, speaking of when you talk about keeping what you earn, that he will make another one of his announcements talking about lowering tax rates or something of that nature?
Well, I think at the very least, I don't know if he'll do it today, but at the very least, it is critically important that we keep tax rates constant and at least stop them from going up. So when Congress passed the tax cut, when Trump was in office the first time in 2017, it expires, the tax cut, at the end of this year. So it's very important that we pass legislation to make those lower tax rates permanent. And then once we have that and we've reduced government spending, then we can look at other ways to reduce taxes even further. And reducing taxes further, again, is important for consumers, also important for business. When they lowered in 2017, they lowered the corporate tax rate from an average of 35% down to 21%. That attracted more investment into the country, and a continuation of that is extremely important.
Dr. Michael Busler, as always, thank you so much.
Always my pleasure, Dawn. Thanks.
Absolutely. Dr. Michael Busler, you can follow all of his words of wisdom for sure, Stockton University locally. So reciprocity, the word of the day, and offsetting the short-term pain of tariffs on imports. What will this look like for auto imports? What does that mean for our automobile industry? We'll find out all the deets, as we say, coming up at 4 p.m. in the Rose Garden today. All the pomp and circumstances, a big Trump day, but it's also Liberation Day. He's very busy on social media today. We'll get your thoughts on the other side as well. A lot of breaking news, developing news. 855-839-1210. Be right back.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Spring is here. Don't let stiff or achy joints hold you back. Rescue Natural Supplements is proud to bring you Rescue Glyco Plus. This incredible supplement is specially formulated to support joint comfort and flexibility with a powerful blend of green lip muscle complex and UC2 collagens. This unique combination helps maintain healthy cartilage and provides smoother, more comfortable joint movement. Right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call today at 800-26-LIFE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Again, use that code RELIEF to buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
Does your home feel outdated, cramped, or not quite right anymore? Love your home again with a Tillman Builders remodel. I'm Eric Tillman, and my team and family will be with you every step of the way. Whether you dream of a new kitchen, primary suite addition, or a stunning exterior facelift, we offer a smooth and worry-free process. We guarantee your home remodel will be on time and on budget. At Tillman Builders, we value kindness, accountability, and respect for you and your home. Let Tillman Builders bring your vision to life. Visit tbremodel.com to get started today.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start at PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient at PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, it's Nick Hale. Register to get your tickets to the 2026 PGA Championship at Aronimink now.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Their custom approach uses organic fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls, ensuring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
It's time to get focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Got like a cool jazz feel today. Thank you, Dan.
Is this too sensual?
No, it's like, it's almost like
Maybe
the
we'll
end
take
of
this
the,
one off the list of
yeah, that's like the end of the yoga class.
Yeah,
like,
right?
Oh, feel the burn. Stretch now. Stretch. Feel it. Breathe out. Right?
That's exactly what's going on here. And 1. And 2. In. Out.
Yeah, so I know that we talked a lot about the Wisconsin election, blah blah blah. The only thing I'm going to say about this, everybody's making a huge deal of it because it was the first. I mean, I guess you could say since November's election, it was the first major election day we've had as far as the Wisconsin, highest state court. But in the scheme of everything, I would say that what matters and what we've been talking about with the economy, that's what matters most. But just to kind of tie this up with a bow, and by the way, in Florida, those elections were slam dunks. I mean, it wasn't even close as far as those Florida elections. For Wisconsin, this liberal Democrat judge who was well known, loved in the Madison, Wisconsin area, Dane County, so that's a college town. It's the capital city of Wisconsin. So you had a lot of college students, you had a lot of energy, and they were just energized in an off-year election. I mean, that's the bottom line. I told you yesterday, more than 100 million, the latest numbers, it's like nearly $105 million. And the truth is that the Republican in the case, yes, he was a Trump-endorsed individual, but he actually outspent the Democrat. So a lot of people are saying, oh, this is George Soros or whatever. Did Soros donate? Sure, a little bit. But it holds the record for these kinds of judicial elections in the nation. Nearly $105 million spent on this little election. So that's really good. It goes back to the Citizens United ruling, in my humble opinion. You have all this outside money coming in. And I've said that a million times, and I know you know that already. What I will say is that Democrats they're always planning ahead. And I can take you back, you can look back many, many years ago that in Wisconsin, what the Democrats did, they opened up their welfare system, whatever you want to call it, so that if you were a single mom and let's say you qualify for all these benefits for your children, a lot of states capped that. And remember, that was a big Reagan thing way back in the day, not Wisconsin. And so what Wisconsin did, they have it capped now. But at that time, they were flooded with people from big cities, especially Chicago. And so all of these so-called welfare moms with 5, 6, 7 children, they were leaving Illinois, leaving Chicago, and heading to Wisconsin for a better life and for big bucks. And I remember doing stories on it, and there was a reaction from the community because some of these moms, they'd say, well, how much, of a check do you get or whatever? They say, Wisconsin is great because me and my, 7 kids, I'm getting $2,000 a month or $3,000 because you got, basically you were rewarded for each child. There was no cap. And so believe me, Republicans won the next time around when taxpayers got a whiff of that. But this is a case where if you want to look at the Biden administration more recently and Democrats more recently, opening the floodgates, bringing in a ton of Democrats into this country, unvetted, albeit, it's reminiscent of what happened in Wisconsin many years ago. And now those kids who moved from Chicago went to Wisconsin, right? And now they're 18 plus, older than that, I guess. But now they're adults and they're voting and they're all Democrats. That's the kind of planning. If you want to talk about family planning, it's like voter planning. That's what Democrats do. So that's what they're banking on. And it's paying off. Because Wisconsin, well, it's considered a swing state. All right, I got to run. Yes.
Yeah.
Gotta take a break.
I love the way you say Chicago.
Chicago. The reason you say Chicago, that's the way people say it there.
Yeah.
But it's actually a Native American indigenous person name, Chicago, and that's the way that.
How far down this hole do we travel?
I know, right?
Because I'm curious now. When you go to Italy, do you speak with the Italian dialect?
I try.
Yeah?
I try, but it's embarrassing.
Yeah, because I
embarrass myself.
I watch Below Deck Sailing Yacht, and the captain on there, he's sailing in Ibiza, Spain, and he calls it Ibiza, because that's how the locals call it.
Yes.
And I'm always like rolling my eyes at it, so I don't mean to group you with that, but.
No, with the TH. Because do you know why that is?
Why is that?
People from Spain, there was a king, and he had a lisp, and so he made everybody. He was
really
and he made everybody speak with the thing, and so some people. And the only reason I know this is that when I went to take Spanish in college, the teacher insisted on doing the and I said no, I'm not doing it because I looked it up. I'm like, so a king who had a lisp made everybody speak that way. I'm not getting played. So I took French. That's a true story. And I really wish I had taken the Spanish.
I refuse to abide.
That teacher, she was like, the king, and this is the king's speech. I was like, no, the dude had a lisp. I'm not going to speak like that. Spanish is such a beautiful language. I'm not doing it. But that's where that comes from. True story.
I just love those deciding factors. Yep, you won't tell me what to do. No. Nope.
The more you know. I was stubborn back then too, Dan.
I want those, revolutionary types. The French, yes.
Yes. French is.
Oui, oui.
Plus, I love the teacher, Catherine. And I think, now looking back, I think she imbibed a little. She might have smoked a little something. She was like this tiny, beautiful, young French woman.
Well, what French woman doesn't smoke?
Yes, this is true. Well, I think she was not smoking tobacco, if you know what I mean. She's very laid back. Beautiful, beautiful. All right, we are going to take a quick break, and right around the corner, we got more great guests for you. Stay right there, some real treats for you, and a lot of the breaking news du jour. We'll wrap it all up. Be right back.
Yo, it's Coop. You want to stream all your favorite entertainment from the comfort of your couch? Of course you do. Switch to Fios TV Plus to watch the latest movies, binge your favorite shows, game the night away with their fast, reliable, 100% fiber optic network. Enjoy 4K clarity, stream with a voice-activated remote. You can just sit back and enjoy, dude. And when you get lightning fast Fios home internet, you can binge, you can game, you can work in every room of your home. Plus, there are no annual contracts. And for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you switch to most Fios TV. And this is so cool, get a Samsung 43-inch class TV. Yes, a TV with Fios 1 gig or 2 gig internet plans. Pick the package that works for you. Connect all your devices at once at the speed that you need. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more. For VZ gift card, must maintain most Fios TV plan in good standing for 65 days and then register gift card within 60 days or by 6/6/25, whichever's first. Samsung free TV offer valid through 4/30/25. All supplies last. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry.
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying...
Will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan. With one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare, and I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-483-3030. 800-483-3030. 800-483-3030.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stenzelin Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
So my next guest has some Pennsylvania roots. You want to hear what he has to say as we think about the media and how the media matters or doesn't, media bias, something, this is my wheelhouse that I love to talk about for sure. Curtis Houck, it's so good to have you here today, especially on this day. We have a lot in common, my friend. Good morning.
Good morning. Good to be with you with some kindred spirits.
So as we've got the little Dan, what's the music reference? He was trying to tell me what.
No, I'm sorry. That was from last hour, Dawn. Or
Okay,
last
sorry.
segment. Yeah, we were talking about Ibiza. So I just want to get
right.
some continued Spanish vibes.
I
But
thought maybe
great
you
to have
liked
Curtis
okay.
on the show.
Curtis, I thought you liked a little Spanish
Well,
guitar.
he might be a big fan of flamenco.
All
We
right.
don't know that. Yeah. Curtis, you like flamenco?
I don't mind it. I don't mind it, yeah.
Now, every time you come on, you're getting flamenco, Curtis.
So I know you have a lot to say about the media as far as the coverage or lack thereof, bias by omission, media malpractice. So I'll start with this morning as I look up and monitor. I'm sure you do this every day too. What they're covering, what they're not. There's not a lot that I'm seeing about finances. What Liberation Day as far as the tariffs and freeing up energy and drill baby drill, what that could mean for us in a hopeful way. What I see this morning is more about Senator Cory Booker's alleged, and I love that you called it alleged filibuster. You had me at alleged filibuster. So that and Wisconsin. So take me through what you see here this morning.
Yeah. Let's start with Mr. Spartacus here. Yes, it's important to point out it was not an actual filibuster because he was not holding anything up. It was not a filibuster in protest of anything. He was literally just holding the floor open so that he could talk, and have his little moment. NBC News last night, Lester Holt went full Mr. Booker goes to Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Are you kidding me? This guy is such a political animal, folks, just outside of this market here in northern New Jersey. They know all about him. I mean, unfortunately, a lot of listeners have to have him now as a senator and have for a while now. And he's one of these folks, he cosplays as Barack Obama. I'm above it all, and I'm going to try to sound like I'm some sort of minister of truth, minister of the people, and he's just as partisan as everyone else. Scott Jennings made such a great point on CNN last night. He talked about how Donald Trump is immoral and the Republican agenda is immoral. So you could reasonably take that to the conclusion that he believes at least half the country is immoral.
Yes.
Well, we're talking tens of millions of Americans. Probably, you just take the Trump votes, that's almost 80 million people are immoral. That's not a very nice thing to say. That's not very unifying to say about half the country. And then in Wisconsin, I just love the coverage of how they say, some dark money is better than others. I think that's the moral of this story. Some networks, ABC, NBC, they didn't talk about George Soros or the Pritzkers at all. And on CBS, they say, but yeah, he is spending money. But as Judge Crawford said, well, I know where that money's going.
Yes.
And so therefore it's okay.
Yeah, I love it. Does everybody hear? Because I can't, all morning I was saying, just so you know, on our morning show, I co-host that, and I was saying, it's not a filibuster. It's not, But I love that you said alleged filibuster. So you had me at that one, Curtis Houck. Newsbusters, a man after my own heart, Penn State grad. And are you originally from Lancaster, Pennsylvania?
Yes, I am from Lancaster, Pennsylvania. I'm a grad of Manheim Township. A lot of my friends, in case they may be listening, I've got friends all over the area. My aunt and uncle live in Chester Springs, so absolutely.
And so, did you have an opinion? One thing that made big news here was that Lancaster County election that did make national news, and this is your home territory. What do you make of that?
Yeah. Well, I'm here to tell folks that yes, as much as the liberal media may try, this was not a harbinger, canary in the coal mine, warning sign of things to come. You know, I talked to my parents, my in-laws, my aunts, uncles, that cousins, everybody who still lives back there. Hope to get out of the swamp one day and live there. My wife is also from there too, and this was an issue of just turnout. There was very little publicity done by the Republican candidate. The Republican candidate, Josh Parsons, he's been around in local politics for a long time. Unfortunately, he's poisoned the well. About a year ago, he tried to throw out a number of precinct captains in Lancaster County. And when you're going after committee members, you're going after precinct captains, you're poisoning the well, you're trying to bully your way through, whereas the Democrat in this race, you know, thought they had nothing to lose, my brother was telling me the other day, it was very simple, just kind of, hey, we're just letting you know there's an election coming up. In special elections, you have to spend so much money on just a public awareness that this was taking place. And I just feel like that didn't happen. So you add all those things together, and it doesn't have anything to do with, you know, the unpopularity of Doge or Donald Trump, or yes, Lancaster County is not as red as it used to be when I was born in 1991, but it's not, you know, going blue, you know, anytime soon, especially considering this district, yes, includes parts of suburban areas like Manheim Township, but it includes a lot of more rural, wooded areas in northern Lancaster County. So slow down, everybody.
And would you say the same about, because I know that I'm looking still that although CNN, I just looked up, their headline is World Bracing. The world is bracing.
The world's
Curtis
bracing.
Houck. Yeah. The world is bracing for
We're
Trump's
bracing for it
sweeping.
to pour outside, you know, like, oh my gosh.
Chicken Little. But earlier they were, you know, bracing for the Wisconsin. It was they were all doing high fives because of the Wisconsin election, where they hold the liberal majority for their state Supreme Court. Now it's this one. So what do you see in your, you know, and people can follow you at Newsbusters or at Curtis Houck, but what do you see when you look at the media today, how they are leading up to Trump's 4 p.m. announcement?
It's all doom and gloom. I am glad you brought up the part about energy. We have kind of need to really see the fruits of that fruition. Yes, there's been a lot of announcements about public investments, and that's all great, but we all know factories take a long time to be built. Warehouses take a long time to be built. But one thing that can happen more quickly is permits for energy. You know, there's companies that are ready to go. And that's something that could offset a lot of these tariffs that really do seem like, and depending on what you're talking about, particularly cars, could be damaging in the short term. But, you know, if any energy costs can be brought down, it may all work itself out. Or Trump floating the idea of taking interest off of car loans. That's something else that's a possibility. But right now, we're just kind of in a wait and see, as Donald Trump always likes to do, keep us on our toes.
Yes, it's so true. I saw that one of the things that you had put out within the last hour, Curtis Houck, if people want to follow you on social media as I do, and in this one you pushed out that this one teenager was accepted to Stanford after writing hashtag Black Lives Matter 100 times on his application. There's a lot this morning about there were some moms this morning I saw, and just talking about how unfair it is and why different individuals are being accepted to so-called Ivy League schools.
Yeah, I mean, this is just so pathetic. I mean, Tim Walz' kid, there's just a continued sense of entitlement. And I think is the tweet that I reposted noted, this is a disease that while they are on their back foot, they're not going to give up. And just because we beat them at the ballot box in November doesn't mean that they're going to stop. And so I think that's why, just because Donald Trump isn't on the ballot, folks, you got to keep your eye on the ball. You got to keep your head in the game. Like it or not, voting is every year thing, and fighting in our culture, in our communities, in our schools, in our own households is a daily choice.
Well put. Your pinned tweet on X is talking about, I know you're a big advocate, Curtis Hauk, for mental health and speaking out about your faith, but also the importance of, when you say pay attention to the mental health of not only, yourself, but of those around us. And people can look on your social media feed. It's really touching on there. But as far as mental health goes, I'm just so you know, the mom of 2 teenage sons. And especially after the lockdowns that happened, as you know, you're from Pennsylvania, we had among the strictest, especially here in Philadelphia, shutdowns. Kids banned from school and impacted for 3 full school years, and losing all that time that you can't get back. And so the mental health crisis, especially in young people, especially in young men, we're seeing that come to fruition. But what do you want people to know about your journey with mental health?
Yeah, well, I encourage folks to read it. I appreciate you bringing it up. It really matters to me. What I went through when I discussed my pinned thread will have been 10 years later this spring, and it still kind of takes my breath away to think about it, how close I was to losing my life to suicide. And so I just tell people, check in on your strong friends, and we do really have a loneliness epidemic that, even though we're not in the throes of lockdowns anymore, I think it continues just because of the role social media plays, the way we treat each other, the levels of social isolation. Coming up in a few weeks, I'll do an interview with Carol Markowitz, a great writer at the New York Post, and I talked about how one of my biggest fears, and I think a lot of people will admit to this, is dying alone. And I think one of my strongest, I have a loving wife and great coworkers and everything, but I think the biggest fear is not having real friends. I think a lot of us in politics especially struggle with that, because we know a lot of people.
Yeah.
But how many people do we actually know and are close with, and that we could call when we need something? And that's something that I struggle with. But if I have a story I need to pitch, I got 20 people I can send a story to, and done, no problem. But it's that personal relationship, whether you're in sales or politics, or there's any number of professions where it kind of is like a transactional relationship where you just know a lot of people, but how many of them can you say are actually your friends? And that's always a daily battle for me. So I just encourage folks to kind of get involved and always check in on your close friends. And I think it's difficult for men too. My wife is very good about that. She's still in touch with her friends from high school, but for men in particular, I think it's really important to stay in touch with your close friends, and even just presence. I think that's the last thing I'll just say, presence, to listen. I think because too many people 10 years ago said the wrong thing to me, that you'll just get over it. And it's a battle.
And I will say this, that there's a point in life where sometimes a crisis happens. For me, it was a family member, and you find out who your friends are. So I was kind of the opposite. I thought everybody was my friend. As a big television news anchor at the top of the mountain. And then, boy, when something bad happens, maybe to somebody close to you, you find out who your friends are. I imagine Trump, on a bigger level, can probably say that. You find out who your friends are. But for you...
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
No. The only thing I was just going to say is I think Susie Wiles discussed that part about the president, how he's changed on Saturday when she said that if he won't admit it, I will, that basically what happened to him in 2020 and the 2 assassination attempts and all the lawfare has made him a better president than he would have been if all those things didn't happen to him.
So is somebody like Trump, who just refused to tap out, who refused to say, okay, that was a KO, I'm going to go I'm going to go live in my great, billionaire life in Mar-a-Lago. I have a beautiful wife, beautiful family. Is somebody like Trump who, an inspiration, do you think, to especially young men who I think have been beaten down by social media, by the media? And do you find inspiration in that? The fact that he's just saying, nope, I'm unstoppable. And as long as I have the support of people, I'm going to keep on going.
I think J.D. Vance is even a closer example, considering the way he started his life. People are very familiar, even outside of politics, about a story with Hillbilly Elegy and where he grew up and the circumstances of his life, that addiction, mental health struggles as well, too, obviously, clearly in his family, those kinds of things. And to see that he rose from nothing to the vice presidency, his story reminds me, from coming out of Ohio, of so many small towns in our great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, that places that feel hopeless and hollowed out, and people always were talking about getting out. Even in Lancaster, I remember friends in high school say, "Oh, it's so boring. I need to get out of here and do something with my life." But it's like, you need to realize where you are to know where you want to go. And it's just, I just encourage folks to kind of look to those examples, have faith, and realize that our Lord is with us in the boat. I discussed that in my print thread about the sermon that really saved my life. And we celebrated the life of my pastor's, my now retired pastor's wife this past weekend. And that was one of the things that came back to me about we all need that foundation. We all need people to pick us up, even when we're down. And it's never too late to kind of build a new foundation and find those mentors in our lives, because hopefully one day you can be that for somebody else.
What a beautiful message. Curtis Houck, I hope you come back. I love your whole message, and thank you so much. And thanks for that's not easy to share everything you've shared so publicly, and no doubt you're an inspiration to so many. So, Curtis, thanks a million.
Always a pleasure. Hope to do it again soon.
Yeah, me too. Curtis Houck. So please follow him at Curtis with a C, Houck. And as I say, managing editor at Newsbusters, and local guy. I'll call him local, Pennsylvania guy, good guy. So Curtis Houck, thank you.
No relation to Mark Houck.
That was what I asked Dan.
Yeah.
I was like, Dan, is he related to Mark? So we know Mark Houck very well, Bucks County dad who beat all the odds and also fought back. Thank God.
No relation, no.
No relationship.
Sadly. Yeah.
Or that they know of.
How nice to be as candid as he was, though. And that's the thing I think around the discussions with mental health is it's hard to be as open as Curtis is, and he himself is an inspiration in opening up, So nice to hear that from him.
I love it, and Dan, as Dan would tell you, so Dan said, I like Curtis Houck. What about setting up Curtis Houck? He would do an interview. So when I looked him up and then I saw his story, I was like, oh, well, I love the Newsbusters. Like, he's my guy, right, as far as that goes. Yeah. But I was blown away by what you're saying. I was blown away about his story now celebrating 10 years after what happened to him and his journey with mental health, and the fact that a lot of people would have deleted that out and would not want to talk about it 10 years later.
Yeah. And I want to underline, it's possible to be a strong individual and go through something like that, as you see with Curtis, so. To
go through that and then to want to speak out to others, and you see all these comments from people continuing on. So it's a beautiful thing.
Yep.
So.
That's newsbusters.org if you've never been. Good website.
Thank you. Thanks for setting him up. You're the best. Mm-hmm. Quick break, yeah?
Yep.
Be right back.
I need someone to love.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I need to get below 200. I can't carry it anymore. I look like a schlub. I've got things that are jiggling in places I shouldn't have places. For those who think I'm not going to be able to pull it off, just remember when you doubted me for the bike ride.
All you need to do is do the bike ride. You'll lose weight.
All I have to do is just cut out booze and carbs.
In all seriousness, I think all of this talking about him not having a great lifespan.
You guys are wearing me down.
Working on him.
Yeah.
See?
Good for all of us.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure why I want to stick around for another 40, but maybe I do.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
This is Larry Steinhaus, and did you know that I buy houses in any condition? That's right, I buy hoarder houses, I buy trashed houses, I buy burnt-out houses, or even houses with bad tenants. If you are a tired landlord, or you inherited a property, or you just have a property you don't want, give me a call at 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the phone and make you a full-price offer. That's 855-939-1137. Don't suffer with that property anymore.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and backed all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing offers that work with any budget. Don't wait. Check them out online at trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
Win tickets to see the Phillies. Listen to Kale and Company mornings at 9:50 this week to win a pair of tickets to see the Phillies and the Giants. Tuesday, April 15th at Citizens Bank Park. It's Jackie Robinson Day with an on-field tribute to the legacy of number 42 before the game. For tickets, visit Phillies.com.
And it happens all the time, yeah. What do you see when you turn
Very soulful.
I can't tell you, but it sure feels
The word of
like
the day,
that.
reciprocity. Sing it, baby. Reciprocity. The word of the day.
Can you sing that?
I love his voice with the rasp.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. So there's so much news today. I don't even, there's this story as well. There's breaking news in Philadelphia. There's breaking news all over the place. There's a story of this lawsuit that caught my eye. Did you see this where they're suing over the size of a flag? Now, I've never seen a lawsuit like this where you could have too big of an American flag. Like, when you drive down 309, and I think it's a Union Hall, and there's this huge American flag here in our area. The lawsuit, though, I believe is down south. The Southerners have big problems. They're really flag conscious.
Yeah,
in this one,
they really like their flags.
They like their flags.
Yep.
This is the American flag, and so there's a company where they're very pro-America, and so it's Camping World. They have these huge, USA, the Stars and the Stripes, And in multiple cities down south, I don't see one here in the Philadelphia area, but I guess these different cities across the country are taking Camping World to court and suing them.
Why?
I'm not making this up.
No, really?
So
Over the American flag?
I mean, maybe, look, have you heard did you know a lot about Camping World? It makes me love them, but their CEO is doubling down.
Good.
And says the big flags are his love letter to the United States of America. And he says the flag is beyond any city regulations. That's what he's saying, that you can't sue over the size of the flag. I've never heard of this.
I think there are, points. You can't infringe on someone else's property, but if the guy's flying it over his own private property, being his store, what the heck can the city do about that? It's not even in the way of anything.
But
put up youtube.com/@12WPHT if you want to check what it looks like.
I'm just going to say this, and you know this, right? That you'll see a community just go anywhere, and maybe they'll have, especially prior to the last election, and they would have all of these Biden or Harris signs. And then you would see homes without political signs, but they would have an American flag. And then I would say to my husband, "Oh, Lair Bear, that's a Trump. Those are Trump. That's Trump country. All those homes with those American flags, beautifully lit, properly lit on the front porch or in front of the house, those are all Trump voters." And so that's code for Trump, in my opinion. So is this the fact that somebody is feeling like, well, are these people in their RV parks, and so they're in southern states and maybe even Florida, where they're different cities across the South, and they're suing Camping World, but wink, wink, these are really conservatives. That's what I wonder behind the scenes.
I do have some audio from the Camping World CEO, Dawn.
And before you go to it really quick, he's Marcus Lemonis, and he grew up he was adopted at 9 months old, and he was in an orphanage in Beirut, Lebanon. So think about that as somebody who's an American who came to this country as being adopted.
Not when they sue me, not if I lose, not if they take me to jail. The flag's not coming down.
Camping World's fight against the city of Greenville concerning its enormous flag seems to be far from over, as CEO Marcus Lemonis says it's here to stay. The battle surrounding the flag heated up Monday night after the Greenville City Council voted 4-2 to authorize the city to file a civil action against Camping World for violating city code regarding the size of the American flag and flagpole it's flying on. A vote Lemonis doesn't agree with.
While I respect the city council's position, and while I understand that they have the right to sue me, and they're going to, and I understand that I have the right to defend myself, the flag is never coming down.
So Marcus, if Zioli doesn't know about Marcus Lemonis, he's got to have him on, because he's obviously an advocate for adopting children. But this gentleman, great American, was adopted from a Lebanese orphanage back in the day, 9-month-old baby. And then he was adopted by a Miami, Florida couple, Sophia and Leo Lemonis. And so he's an advocate for adopting kids. He's an advocate for small businesses. And so he is doubling down, and he's saying that, by the way, his secret goal has always been to get to 1 million 1 million flags flying, I guess. But this guy's a very wealthy, successful businessman, CEO of Camping World, and says, I'm not backing down. My flags are staying up. You're not going to take down my flag. And the flag is my love letter to America. Good for him. I hope you follow him. Marcus, it's like the word lemon, Lemonis. And so what a great guy. He says, so he's got money. This is a guy with money and lawyers, and he's lawyering up and he's fighting them. So we'll definitely follow this. We have to follow it. But apparently in Illinois and southern states, Greenville, North Carolina, and apparently Sevierville, Tennessee, he's saying, I will see you in court.
Ooh.
So This is one that's no doubt what? Piazza. We'll talk about Piazza, another patriotic company, but we'll definitely be following this case, great case, where the flag is at the heart of the story. Or is it really? Is it about this guy's politics? We'll continue to follow that one. Get your thoughts. 855-839-1210 is the number to call. Got to talk about my friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles. They feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands: Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. And yes, these models with their sleek new designs, innovative features powered by the very latest in technology. And right now they have thousands of new as well as certified pre-owned vehicles. They're available across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. You know, Piazza Premium Automobiles always stands out. Visit them. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Quiet and cool conditions continue in the forecast today. We'll see a mixture of sunshine and clouds with a high temperature up around 56. For tonight, becoming mostly cloudy, some drizzle possible, low 48. And for Thursday, turning warmer, mostly cloudy, chance for a shower with a high 74.
Weather sponsored by Natural Lawn of America.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I need to get below 200. I can't carry it anymore. I look like a schlub. I've got things that are jiggling in places I shouldn't have places. For those who think I'm not going to be able to pull it off, just remember when you doubted me for the bike ride.
All you need to do is do the bike ride. You'll lose weight.
All I have to do is just cut out booze and carbs.
In all seriousness, I think all of this talking about him not having a great lifespan.
You guys are wearing me down.
Working on him.
Yeah.
See?
Good for all of us.
I'm not sure why I want to stick around for another 40, but maybe I do.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Congratulations to Delaware County's own Kylie Kelsey and Jason. She's the better half, right? They just had their fourth baby girl. You know, you see those couples, I have relatives like this, where they have 4 girls or 5 girls or 6 girls. They were trying for the boy.
Yeah.
But her name is Finn. What a cutie. Going viral. Congratulations.
That's amazing. Yeah, Maisie has 3 sisters. I feel for her. Poor father. Yeah.
The Philadelphia Inquirer is headlining a story. Here's the headline. Alleged happy. Is there such a thing as an alleged happy hour? So alleged happy hours.
Would you just show up? And how does that work?
I guess what they're saying is
go ahead. Sorry.
Alleged happy hours for the Camden County GOP resulted in a controversial endorsement of Bill Spadia for New Jersey governor.
Ooh.
So what are they alleging? That they got him liquored up? free liquor.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I wonder what went on there.
Hours.
These happy hours. Yeah. Do they have tapas? $6 tapas. Yeah.
They lead by saying the phrase "happy hour" is controversial in some GOP political circles in Camden County, and it's related to an endorsement of Bill Spadea for governor in the June primary. So I guess the chair of the Camden County GOP, who unseated Thomas Crone for the position last summer, is Kimberly Stewart, and apparently now she's shaking things up in Camden County. So I guess she's the one.
So who is holding these happy hours? And Bill?
I think it's. Well, you're suspecting Bill Spadea?
Yeah, So they're saying these alleged happy hours are where this happened, where this soft endorsement was given.
Yeah. So I think that the Camden County GOP is holding alleged happy hours.
Ooh.
So we should hold a grumpy hour. Is that it? Maybe a grumpy hour. You can look. If you're holding a happy hour, you're giving out free booze. You're, saying, I think that's what sounds like they were doing. They were holding some little happy hours.
Yeah. Taking some imbibements.
I guess.
Yeah.
Non-traditional meetings. That's what they're calling it. I don't know.
So have they officially endorsed anybody?
I think that it looks like it's a little bit messy, but I think so I guess there's a split, and because obviously this is Jack Ciattarelli versus Spadea. Jack Ciattarelli is, I think, the guy to beat. I think he will win. But Bill Spadea is the former radio host, recently retired radio host, right? Yeah. And so he's running for gov.
I just still can't. I can't stand the Inquirer's headlines. Sorry.
It's just so weirdly written.
It really is.
Do you know what I mean? And that's, if you have to write something, think about that. So they're doing
alleged happy hours for the Camden County GOP result. And like, if happy hours is being used not in the same colloquialism as standard, wouldn't it make sense that you put it in quotes then?
Or
does that not happen in a headline?
If you have to reread something 5 times,
yeah, it's terrible.
And they're doing all this, gymnastics to try to write a story, because I don't know why they're doing that. I think because they just can't. They hate Republicans so much. I mean, why not just write a controversial decision by a South Jersey GOP chair? You know what I mean? That's right? That's what I think that is. I don't know. It's just bizarre.
It is.
Or they can allege whatever they want to allege. Is somebody accusing her of getting them liquored up so that they would all agree with her? I think that's a better one. But
I'm still hung up on the headline.
To me, the unfortunate piece of this, and we all remember when Jack Ciattarelli could have won. He just came so close. And remember this, Yoli told everybody Ciattarelli is going to win. He thought he would. He said, go vote. Make sure you vote. And nobody, unfortunately, they didn't believe it. And then they realized how close it was, and they just stayed home. Shame.
Shame them, Dawn.
Shame.
Suze over on YouTube says, Grumpy Hour could be fun.
Grumpy Hour could be fun.
You can have like an hour of airing of the grievances.
Yeah. Do heavy hors d'oeuvres, heavy hors d'oeuvres and alcohol, and a lot of red wine, Italian wine.
Bring like tomatoes to throw at some kind of thing. I don't know. We got callers, Dawn. Joe in Hilltown wants to talk about Old Glory.
Hey, Joe. Can a flag ever be too big?
Oh, well, let me give you a little info on the guy. I drive past his place every year when I go out west, and it's in the Midwest somewhere where that huge flag is.
Mm-hmm.
And this started 3 or 4 years ago. He's paying $1,000 fine a day. You could probably look up the lawsuit. And
crazy.
He said, I'm not taking it down. Now, one of the reasons I think is because the largest flag is called an admiral's flag. That flag is bigger than that. So they think they're trying to get him as having a flag that's too big. But you could see this place, Camping World at Midwest. I don't know if it's in South Dakota or maybe Colorado. But, I mean, that flag is huge. And that guy, he buys He had a TV show. He buys like parts of small businesses and loans them money and stuff like that. But he is a liberal to the max. I mean, he is not a Trump guy.
That is fascinating. That's fascinating
you
to
can
me.
look. Yeah, I mean, I think it was on. I forget the TV show, but I mean, the guy's a really nice guy. I mean, I never met him or anything, but I just figured I'd let you know but he's not a Trump guy, so you can't throw that at him.
I didn't know, and the thing about it is, I really didn't know. That's why, and I appreciate you clarifying that. But I will also say, the Prophet
on CNBC.
But I will also say that we see these guys like Bill Maher. Do you think Bill Maher ever thought he would have dinner in a Trump White House? So we see these right. So in this upside down land we live in, liberals who are the old school Democrats. A lot of them, what's happening is they say, well, I'm not a progressive. My party has left me. And I always wonder about those individuals. So, but thank you for calling and giving us the information. I had never heard of the guy. So that's why we say you're the smartest audience in America.
We do have to break again.
We do have to break again? All right. I appreciate you being here. 855-839-1210 as we await, dun, 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 the big announcement in the Rose Garden. A lot of pomp and circumstance in a redecorated, redone Rose Garden with Trump announcing new tariffs today. What will it entail? As the rose bush turns, we'll be right back.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Spring is here. Don't let stiff or achy joints hold you back. Rescue Natural Supplements is proud to bring you Rescue Glyco Plus. This incredible supplement is specially formulated to support joint comfort and flexibility with a powerful blend of green lip muscle complex and UC2 collagens. This unique combination helps maintain healthy cartilage and provide smoother, more comfortable joint movement. Right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call today at 800-26-LIFE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Again, use that code RELIEF to buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
This is Bill Hoffman, president of Hoffman's Exterminating. We've been protecting Delaware Valley homes and businesses from pests for 35 years, all while supporting our local community. We also support those who protect us, our veterans. Robert Rutherford, our Director of People and Culture, served 10 years in the U.S. Marine Corps. We at Hoffman's have made a commitment to hiring veterans. Our veterans are valued, and the skills you learn in the military are transferable. Join the Hoffman's family and visit us at hoffmansexterminating.com.
Let us help you find your dream home. A home loan with American Heritage Credit Union has rates lower than the national average. Our team will guide you through every step, from pre-approval to getting your keys. With the MyCU Home Connection program, you'll have access to exclusive benefits, including a $500 lender credit, cash rewards, and discounts when you buy or sell a home. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/homeconnection to learn more. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal Housing Opportunity. NMLS 433838.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
For
complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
The Dawn Stenslin Show. Dawn Stenslin live and local on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
So we do have the announcement that Israel has canceled all tariffs on U.S. products, and Trump with the fight fist. That was within the past 20 or so hours. We have that news. And we also have, I will say this, Charlie Kirk, I think I follow him. I love what he said on social media that he put out. This is something that I've said for a long time, that we as Republicans, we work. I joke a lot of times. The reason we don't take polls, or maybe sometimes in off-year elections, we don't always vote because we're working. I mean, that's just, and I know maybe that sounds like an excuse. I'm not trying to make an excuse, but I'll read part of it. And he writes about special elections, off-cycle elections. He says, "We are a party of welders, waiters, and plumbers. We are the party of people who work with their hands, who shower before and after work. Politics is an afterthought for many of our supporters, and they have common sense and American values, but they are voters who must be chased." I would 100%. That's a perfect way to say that. He says, let Wisconsin be a wake-up call. And so we have to figure this out, figure out how to make it easier or give people a heads up. And I think that's well put, perfectly said. All right. I have to get to this, Dan. I can't wait any longer. So we have our friend, this is Road Warrior. We got a little gift in the mail. Dan opened it up for me.
Yeah.
I didn't have a scissor.
Well, I opened up the box because I was just handed it. I was shoved it by our brand manager, Greg Stocker, who's with us as well. Because, Dawn, we have some awesome, our listeners are absolutely amazing. And Road Warrior, I guess, took it upon himself, Dawn, and some communication with you, to make a specific jersey for the upcoming bike ride from Bend to the Shore.
Wait a minute. You were in on this, Stenslin? You were in on this?
I didn't. Okay, so I thought it was a design.
I mean, he made a bike jersey.
I know. Okay, so can you guys see this?
There, go to YouTube. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
Here's the back of
1210WPHT. And then it says Independent Bike Shop below. By the way, they do fantastic work. They're in Manahawkin, New Jersey. He has my bike, which I have to pick up eventually. And then but show the front. Show the front here.
You see like the pockets in the back.
No, it's a beautiful jersey.
Wait, so you don't got to carry water bottles? You can just throw them in the back there?
Throw anything in the back.
Oh, that's pretty awesome.
And there's the flag on the arm.
The American flag.
But
which is beautiful.
But Dawn, show the front. Show the front there.
Yeah. We need it to be focused though.
I should have zipped.
Yeah.
I'm unzipped.
Yeah.
Hey now, YouTube.com/@1210WPHT to see Dawn Stenslin unzipped.
It says the Dawn Stenslin Show.
Yeah.
He's trying to create some sort of a rift, some sort of a war.
A war?
Yeah.
And I do see a hint here. Families behind the badge.
Well, you know what this means, Dawn Stenslin? This means I believe you need to wear that. I believe that needs
in Italy. You mean?
No, I think you need to wear that for the bike ride. I think, to be honest with you, I think Road Warrior's calling you out. I think you need to ride.
Is?
I think you need to ride.
Stay tuned.
If I'm riding, and Kale's riding,
look at this thing.
You got to ride.
And this is a ladies' fit. It's light. It's airy. It's quite beautiful.
Oh yeah. I'm happy you only gave one.
No, it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Far the hell away from this conversation because I don't want to be dragged into this.
I have to bring this to Italy so I can get a picture. You know what I mean? All
that
around
is,
the world.
no, that's an amazing
Thank
shirt.
you.
Thank you for that.
Road Warrior's the best.
Independent bike shops in Manahawkin, they do great work. I think because he has my bike and I haven't picked it up yet, but I think this might be a challenge for you to do
I think it's a challenge
for you to do the bike race.
Stay tuned.
That's all I'm saying.
Stay tuned. This is a tease. It's a big tease.
Have fun.
Hey, Dawn, might I say, I think Dan, representing both shows, should
get out of here, Dawn. Wait, how's your bike even up right now? How'd you even get out of here?
He represents two shows.
It's true.
So mile a show.
It's true. Let's go. Let's go.
Get those long legs on a bicycle.
Can you imagine? Can you
Come
imagine
on.
him doing this?
Got everybody.
No, there's no way. There's no way I'm going to be doing this. It's a great cause. Don't get me wrong.
Man.
Maybe you can throw me into the back of one of these police cruisers.
No,
and
you have to be on a
truck me
tandem,
down.
so like Jimmy Kelly could be on the back of it.
Dom, I think you just volunteered yourself for it as well, no?
Yeah, Dom Giordano.
Well, of course, that'd be no problem.
You know.
Throwing stops for throwing a football 40 yards, yes.
Dawn Stenson, have fun in Italy, my love.
Thank you, baby.
All right.
Thank you. ConservativeTours.com. If you missed this trip, Dom's going next fall, so ConservativeTours.com.
Dom, you got some FOMO going on right now as Dawn gets ready to go to Italy. Are
Right.
you? Oh, he took his headphones
Oh,
off.
he did?
Oh,
Oh, darn.
You just heard him make a staple. Yeah, doing some stapling now. I'm so jealous of you, Dawn. You get to spend the next 2 weeks in northern Italy. And
I know. It's going to be beautiful. Milan, Tuscany, Florence. Anne-Marie Muldoon, our friend Anne-Marie, I texted her today because we have our text thread. So I'm like, are you guys packed? Everybody else is packed. Anne-Marie's like, I've been packed for 3 days. I'm like, well.
Okay, well, good for you, Anne-Marie.
Good for you.
Okay, you know.
Miss Head of the class. I know.
JK13, I don't know why I'm repeating this, says on YouTube, I would go just to see Dawn in the shirt.
Ooh.
And there you go.
Fabulous.
And Mangle makes a great point. Out of anyone at the station, Dawn will definitely finish first.
No way. I mean, that's the thing. You have all these, even Stephanie Mack, our friend Stephanie Mack, who unfortunately started riding in this because she's one of the widows. I mean, she's one of the families behind the badge that we're riding for. But some of these moms are very fit. It's a lot of fun. So it's guys and gals getting together. I love the fact that they are making it so that if you want to do the whole length of it, in other words, from Philadelphia, or there are different points, and that's what we have to do. Maybe we have to do like a cheater mobile.
Yeah.
Like get a big old flat bed, party on it, and then like a mile out.
Yeah, what's a good place about a mile out from the
Right.
location? Yeah.
Well, I guess they have a new one. It's the last.
Can we go to like the base
stop.
of the Parkway,
I
Garden
know,
State
right?
Parkway? You know?
Oh my gosh, it's hysterical. But it's all for a good cause. Seriously.
Some more coming in on youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Go like and subscribe, please. Bob giving Road Warrior some credit on the color choice, saying he loves the high visibility. Keeping you safe, Dawn. Isn't that nice?
Thank you. Well, he did. So he's been working on this. Thank you so much. You're the best. But he's been working on it. He said, Dawn, what's your favorite color? So I had put green. I love green. So it's a high visibility color.
Kimmy saying, have a safe trip, Dawn. We're going to miss you. Talking about your Italy trip. Tracy says, we're going to miss her definitely, but she deserves it.
Thank you. Yeah, it's busy, and we are on the road. We're traveling, but I'll definitely put out a lot on social media for you. So we'll keep in touch. We have our crew, and we'll be listening. I think Tony Bruno's in tomorrow, so we'll have Bruno, I believe, in tomorrow from 10 to noon. So thank you, Tony Bruno, and to everybody. I don't know. Tony Bruno, Harry Mays, Kathy Barnett, all of you, thank you.
In your absence, Dawn, it takes a lot of people to fill.
I know. Well, I always tease Greg because I'm like, do you have a separate news person? Or last time around, they just did no news. They just didn't have a news person.
Ooh.
So they didn't,
It's actually, Greg has set up an awesome next 2 weeks. There's a lot of crossovers between talents. Dom will be coming on some early. Nick will be going late, some with Greg. Greg, Nick, and Dom will be doing some together.
Okay, so
stay tuned.
marathons.
Oh, yeah, a lot to try to recover what we're going to be missing with you, Dawn, that's for sure.
Oh, well, I will miss you guys. Wink, wink. But we'll have Michael and David are going to Lair Bear, obviously.
Oh, that's amazing.
So then, we'll have to have the discussion on the other side because, I got to pack all of them. So what I've been doing is I've been doing laundry.
They can do their own packing.
No.
They're all adults.
And so I've been doing laundry and then hiding it so they don't wear it what I want them to take.
That's a really smart move. Oh. So do you have you have a special stash of clothes hidden somewhere?
So where's my favorite shirt? I'm like,
I don't know.
Because then I don't have to wash it right before.
And it just happens to appear in the suitcase.
Yeah,
when you're in
exactly.
Italy. Yeah.
Exactly. So I will be watching today, especially at 4 o'clock, to see what Trump says, if there are any surprises. I think that Michael Busler is right on the money when he talks about energy, taxes, and easing the pain. I mean, that's really, I believe that what Trump is going to do today with anything he can do with energy, lowering those energy prices to ease the tariff pain in the short term would be brilliant. So I'll be saying a prayer. I'll be watching. And, of course, the media will be doing what they do, negative energy. And they're teeing it up I mean, every headline now, bracing. The world is bracing. Hold your breath, America. It's going to be bad. This is going to hurt. That's basically what the media is saying today. I'll miss you guys.
Hey, when you're over in Italy, ask some of those Italians, too, what they think about the tariffs here in America. And ask if they're proud of what they're doing with their country, because it seems like they're following suit here with what we're doing with the United States. Well, that's just it.
Their president
Italy
loves
first.
Trump. She's conservative. And as well, they just passed a law, by the way, in Italy to make it tougher to become a citizen. So they're tightening up on their immigration, if you will, that it's not as easy.
So what happens when you have years in Europe of just open immigration, open migration. Yep.
Exactly.
Got to get going there.
That's it for me. Love you guys.
Have a beautiful trip, Dawn.
Thank you, Dan. Dom Giordano, I know you wish you were going right now.
Yeah,
you have to wait till the fall.
Oh, he's having a meeting.
He's having a meeting?
Yeah.
Ooh, let's listen
Uh-oh, Greg's got his ear.
Ooh,
Yeah.
It's illegal. It's technically illegal for us to listen in.
I know, that's why.
We're tempted to be nosy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, what's the meeting about, Dom?
What are you talking about?
Oh, golfing. Yes, Greg wanted to know how many holes in one I had, and I said, well, none in the last 6 months, but overall, I'm approaching double figures.
We were asking if you had FOMO of Italy, and then we went to you, and we heard like half a second. We turned it off quickly. We're like, we don't want to hear that.
We're working on Sicily, so we'll let you know. On that. Have a great trip, Dawn. We'll hold down the fort. It's going to be quite a arrangement here.
Yes.
Wow, a lot of moving parts. Yes.
Woo.
Yeah.
Dom Show starts right now.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Spring into savings now at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on monogram appliances featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability. You'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Don't miss your chance to take advantage of the Buy 4, Get 4 free sale and pay nothing until 2027. Now through April 30th, only from Window Nation. Schedule your free estimate now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-515-1865. 800-515-1865. 800-515-1865.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Okay, it is Dom time. The Ontario Premier, Doug Ford, was a golfer back in the day. No relation, I think. Blinks a bit. We'll play that for you in a moment on tariffs. So is this going to be relatively pain-free today? I'm not in that camp. I'm not a tariff guy, but E.J. Antoni from the Heritage Foundation, one of the country's greatest economists, believes in the tariffs. He'll be here at 1 o'clock. He'll lay that out. I think President Trump, rather than a celebration today, doesn't he have to tell the American people? And I know people don't want to hear it. Well, this might be painful for a period of time. It's not a war. It's not a war-like setting. Harris Faulkner on Fox said, well, this is like war. We're going to war, and the president ought to tell us that. I'm not saying that. I don't know about you, because the policy is all over the place. But I do see, and we'll play you the cut of the Canadian guy from Ontario, who's one of the biggest trading partners, blinking a bit today in talks about this. Before I get to that, though, that is not as big as what happened yesterday. And in no particular order, what are the lessons from this? What happened yesterday? Look, stop saying it, Elon Musk. Come on, stop saying it. Oh, the most important thing is voter ID passed in Wisconsin. People on Twitter agree with me. That's not the important thing. We lost, and we lost by 10 points. Why? And in Florida, the numbers were down. Bad candidate in the one race in Florida, but they still won. Democrats poured millions and millions into the Florida races. If you notice, though, I think they spent just about as much in Wisconsin just for a Supreme Court. Why? Because they're working the system there. They're smart in this. They know by putting that woman in there, they are going to gerrymander Wisconsin in time for probably the midterms. And if that's the case, that could mean, probable means, you lose 2 congressional seats. Now, the biggest fear I have coming out of last night, I don't see it yet, is that some of these Republicans get antsy. And it only takes a few, and they stop supporting the Trump agenda because they're nervous and think that's what last night is about. I don't think it's about that, mainly. Because what will happen is if those Republicans do that because they're in districts that are not near, they're swing districts, what's going to happen is the base will be upset, saying, well, why did we put all of you there if you're not going to do what we elected you to do? And Democrats will ride that. They'll be triumphant. Now, I haven't seen that yet, but we'll see. In other words, do they get skittish? Do they not vote for all the things that people have liked up until this point? If they do that, it will backfire. We will lose the House. The other thing is this. If Trump's not on the ballot, we have a real problem with any number of these voters. So do we throw up our hands and hope and live in a bubble and say that last night was not bad? It's bad. I haven't even been able to get in touch with Scott Presler today. By the way, on Twitter, too, occasionally. Let me handle all the family business here. You got some haters. Oh, you guys, if Scott Presler were on the other side, would be mocking him as gay and the whole thing. Here we go again, the hating. Scott Presler put in efforts here. If the Republicans would just get the hell out of the way, I think we'd win in almost any place in the country. It's one of a kind. He's better than ever.
So disingenuous.
Yeah, it is. That we have to deal with this. I mean, yeah, that people go out of their way because they're not thinking about that with him. They think it's funny when he says, do you know a cute fireman? It's a joke. It's all, you know what I mean? It's part of his whole
it's
thing that he does.
2025. They're conflating the anti-trans rhetoric from the conservatives, which is indeed, there's a good reason for it, because when you try to force stuff upon children, there's going to be issues with some kind of anti-gay rhetoric that doesn't exist in 2025 among conservatives. Get the hell out of here with that. We love Scott. It doesn't matter.
Exactly. Scott Presler is, that's why we have him on every week, the most beloved figure in recent memory. I think it'll be a Dom Giordano day this year. It wouldn't be a day without him. I mean, come on. So the other takeaway from this, all right, Trump not on the ballot. I don't think this was solely about that. I don't think Elon Musk going to be running around with a cheese head on out there. I think there was a bit of backlash on that. Face it. What he's doing with Doge, that type of operation, continue. He's not the front man on something like this. I think people get a bit resentful. Someone comes jetting into the state doing this. We'll know more when we see the absolute voting patterns. But stop going around saying, well, we got voter ID. That's the big thing. Who cares? That's it. Continue to huddle in a bubble. And what's going to happen is then we'll lose control of the House. They'll start impeaching Trump, which he can withstand. But that's what the story will be constantly. They'll subpoena everybody in the world. Here we go again. You know it. That's what they're living for now. All right, so 855-839-1210, you get on board. Those are some of the lessons from yesterday. You may see something else, but this was not good. 10-point loss here. Was it doable going in? Yeah, it seemed to me to be fairly, well, Trafalgar and others. I'm not sure we were going to win, but I thought it was going to be razor thin with recounts and doing everything else. Not a 10-point loss. All right, here's Doug Ford. This is Cut 17. Here is Doug Ford, the premier of Ontario. You've seen the ads on TV. Any ball game, you see this stuff. One of our biggest trading partners with certain areas of the country and the country in general. They're the biggie. And they've been talking tough. But on CNBC this morning, here's what Doug Ford said.
Let's sit down and discuss this, because it's just going to hurt American jobs. I can't stress it enough. And, again, he believes he's supporting Americans. He said he was going to create jobs, create wealth, reduce inflation. It's worked the total opposite. Inflation.
But do you think it's fair that you have tariffs on a whole number of products?
That's right. And we'd be willing to take those off tomorrow if he took all the tariffs off. We are not the problem, Andrew. Do you know the problem is? China's the problem. And he's taking a blind eye to China as they continue to build their critical mineral mass. We have all the critical minerals that our great neighbors need. We have the energy that our great neighbors need.
I just want to go back for a moment. If, in fact, you're prepared to take your tariffs off, why wouldn't you have that negotiation and that conversation now before any tariffs get put in place?
Well, we've had this conversation for over the last month. We don't want tariffs. We have another $65 billion worth of tariffs to launch today. That's the last thing we want to do, because it's just, again, it's going to hurt both countries. It's going to hurt American workers. That's the last thing I want.
Andrew meant take the other ones off, not the ones you're launching today. The ones that you already got.
You're saying you take all your tariffs off. I'm saying
we will take them off. That's right.
Then why is that not? I guess my question is, why has all of that not already happened? And does President Trump know that you'd be prepared to do that?
He knows, and Secretary Lutnick knows that we're willing to take these tariffs off, like in the next minute, if he said he's taking their tariffs off. Let's look at the auto sector.
All right, so there we go. Will this get done by this afternoon? I'm sort of iffy here, okay? To me, Canada is not the problem. We can go down this page. It's China, Mexico a bit here too, and some other countries. India is pretty tough. China is a cheat that does this backdoor through several countries. They're always going to be the problem. I would support the pushback on China if there was some pain. But we'll see today if President Trump, here's my prediction, is going to be a bit milder than some of the stuff you're hearing, this type of thing that he does in negotiating this. Okay. The markets, the stock market and others are concerned. They want to see stability after the tariffs are put into place this afternoon. If they're not way out there, I think you're going to see the market stabilize a bit. All right, so 855-839-1210. You get a line right now. Lesson from yesterday. I had some people on Twitter saying, stop talking about this. We vote, and we're in Jersey and Pennsylvania. Why are you talking about this? You know exactly why. We got 2 congressional seats here. We got some oxygen for Democrats that barely needed it. We'll get into Cory Booker a little bit later on. I went looking for my interview with him way back in 2016. Haven't found it yet, but grandstand, cringeworthy. Supporters say, yeah, well, look, he had 325 million likes on TikTok. All right, how reputable is that? All those likes on TikTok. Who are these people liking what he was doing yesterday? All right, and of course, breaking Strom Thurmond's record, he's the record holder now. That's a new, and they're saying he's now going to be a front runner or among the front runners in 2028. Oh, here we go again. This guy will not go away. Jersey, thank you very much. Okay. Side question today. We saw that, by the way, I might have to, we got a lot of good side questions lined up, but the passing of Val Kilmer, one of my all-time favorite movies. It's not a great movie. And I didn't know it's a title of Val Kilmer's biography, I'm Your Huckleberry. Val Kilmer and how he got that accent, I'll play that for you coming up. And I'm going to ask Joe Conklin about that. Joe Conklin back with us today, along with Pat Malloy, police chief over in Abington. The big event is this Saturday. I hope you're getting your tickets, or you got them already, over the Keswick. It's an unbelievable show. And I will be introducing Conklin. Thank God not following any of this. So Val Kilmer, how did he get that accent for Tombstone? We'll play that coming up. Side question today, though. 2001, A Space Odyssey, Dan, I believe, dropped today, right?
Yeah.
And you mentioned yesterday, critics are always telling us about it. Some of these people might put it in their top 10 films. You're told you must like it. What do you mean you don't like 2001, A Space Odyssey?
Yeah.
So we're looking for things that maybe there's a phony consensus, either critics or the media, or somebody says, oh, this is great. You really got to try this. What do you mean you don't like that? All right, so I instantly said Caviar, and in no particular order, Sarah Jessica Parker, overrated Captain from Sex and the City. My God. And we're told, oh, most attractive woman. No way. Stop it already. All right, Dan, how about yours?
In the realm of sci-fi fantasy, which I am a huge fan of, well, more so the sci-fi aspect of it, and that's where this comes from, the question of 2001: A Space Odyssey. As you said, anytime you mention, or someone mentions greatest movies of all time, this is mentioned. I am bored to tears anytime I watch it. I got to say I'm bored to tears when I watch another series of films, and Dom, you're going to be right there in step with me. I don't know where Henry stands on this, but a lot of respect in the world of fantasy for the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit series. Oh, my God. Oh, it's so boring.
Abysmal. It's abysmal. Well, I was still teaching high school when it first started, I think, or on the cusp of it. And every dope in the world, dopes, and also a dope as a result,
You ask any nerd what to read.
Oh, yes.
9 times out of 10, you're going to get Hobbit read back to you.
God,
yeah.
Yes. And it's on.
And the other time, you're going to get Dune. Yeah. Dune's actually a good series. I like it.
Yeah, there we go. I knew that. All right, Henry, what's yours?
Yeah, anywho. I try not to be basic with the answers I give for the side question, but today I guess it'll be a little bit basic, but you can ask any of my family, any of the friends I've grown up with that for, basically my entire life, as soon as this person burst onto the scene, I was not a fan. And that would be one of the biggest artists on the face of the earth, Taylor Swift.
I love that answer.
Never understood it. I don't
She's
get
the voice
it.
of a generation.
It's one riff.
Not mine.
It's one riff. Be with a different guy every 8 to 10 months. Attack him, mock him, and then another dope jumps in.
Like I just like 8 years old. I'm like I don't really like this music.
Auntie Taylor
had nothing to do with it then.
Oh,
really?
Okay. Yeah, that's right. The Kelseys. Yeah.
Baby girl. Yeah.
Another regrettable. All right, 855-839-1210. So that's the side question today. What's the lesson from yesterday? What's to be learned about this? We know how hard it is with Trump not on the ballot with some of these voters. Okay? But there were things that went on here that shouldn't have happened. This should have been very, very close to keep that seat and keep 2 congressional seats. All right. On my Twitter today, by the way, I put it up because we're starting to get into the intensity of this. Matt Rooney will be with us today. Who do you favor, meaning who do you think, there's only one thing that goes into this, can win in Jersey? That's what we're on to next. Chittarelli or Spadia? I favor Jack Chittarelli. I don't have to sit on the fence. I know some of these guys got concerns. I don't. It's Chittarelli. Imperfect candidate in some ways, but my God, versus the other guy. Give me a break. 855-839-1210.
Voice of a generation, Dom. Isn't it beautiful?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
As if my day wasn't going poorly enough. I have to listen to this.
All right. Yeah, we won't play too much of that today. There's enough of that already. All right, 855-839. How did that endorsement work out, by the way, for Taylor? Big time. 0 for 1 here.
Yeah.
Now she's going to have to go back attacking Marsha Blackburn.
Not a great record.
Marsha Blackburn. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I need to get below 200. I can't carry it anymore. I look like a schlub. I've got things that are jiggling in places I shouldn't have places. For those who think I'm not going to be able to pull it off, just remember when you doubted me for the bike ride.
All you need to do is do the bike ride. You'll lose weight.
All I have to do is just cut out booze and carbs.
In all seriousness, I think all of this talking about him not having a great lifespan.
You guys are wearing me down.
Working on him.
Yeah.
See?
Good for all of us.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure why I want to stick around for another 40, but maybe I do.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Are. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different. But here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, the best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downingtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at the Keswick Theater, Saturday, April 5th.
I couldn't imagine how good it would be with the orchestra. Phenomenal.
All his voices are fabulous. He sings, his daughter sings. She was absolutely wonderful, too.
Proceeds go to the 5 Abington Fire Companies to replace protection gear permanently damaged in the recent SPS fire. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at the Keswick in Glenside, Saturday, April 5th. And help the Abington firefighters. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, so let's put a ban on
Celebrate
that.
the baby in the
Calm that
family.
down. Dom Giordano show. So Democrats protesting out in front of the almost shuttered Department of Education, and Linda McMahon goes out to talk with them at the thing. Now, nobody did a chokehold. There was none of that, although Linda McMahon probably could deliver that. It's up on YouTube. Nice stuff by Linda McMahon confronting that. Okay. Side question today, something that everybody in the world of the consensus or what seems to be the driving force says you have to like. It's just great. Oh, you got to see this. Hit us with one that bothers you. It's all in the call. Remember that. All right. This youtube.com/1210WPHT. Joe Conklin on here at 12:30 today. Here is the great Val Kilmer. And this should be on his tombstone, Dan, since you bother me about this. There's only one man that Cher has been with. And I bet Cher has been...
Who?
Cher.
Who?
Anyhow, she's been with at least over under 50 to 100. And I'm being kind here.
Hey, now.
Yeah. And she said the only one that ever left her was Val Kilmer.
Hey.
Really?
There you go. Now, they're all over the place today. And I get some of his bigger roles. Well, that's what she said.
No, there's no way that's the only part. Like, once they see a giant bay window she's doing interviews from.
Well, look, she was on the
They run
Dom
the other
Giordano show in 2004 telling me she's for the people. Cher, where are you calling from? My Malibu state. It's a line that lives in infamy. And she had a thing for Lou Dobbs.
Really?
They had a chaser, apparently, I was told, from CNN. Yeah, she used to go over there. Can you imagine it? All right, so... Kilmer was asked about a role that I could tell. And look, he named his biography about this. I'm Your Huckleberry. Where did he get the accent, the dialect for Doc Holliday? Where did that come from? And I'm fascinated by, I'll ask Conklin that if he's ever coached up anybody, movie or something like that. So here is Val Kilmer, who passed yesterday at the age of 65, the Batman, the stuff with Tom Cruise, the Maverick films. But I particularly like him in Tombstone. What a great character. Here's what he said about where he got that accent from.
He's really a great guy named Tim Monick. I called him up. I said, I need a dialect of a Southern aristocrat. It's dead because they all died in the Civil War. He goes, I got it. I said, no, let me go on. He goes, no, I got it. And he sent me a tape. I'll try and do it without laughing. This is how this guy talked for real. Tim, it's wonderful that you've asked me to visit today. It was so slow that, first of all, everything you said was hilarious. Just because when you talk that slower, everything's just funny. But he was a socialite and a big guy in the theater from Georgia. And that's where I just started listening to this one tape all the time.
All right, so there's Val Kilmer, very underrated actor. Maybe not top of the class, but in some big stuff, a lot of range, a lot of stuff. And I might do the side question tomorrow. I have an angle around him. I think that's worthy of it. All right, 855-839-1210. By the way, it's a story too good. I don't want any fact checking on this. Zach Baun followed me yesterday on Twitter. And when I found out, Dan, I texted you. You didn't react. You didn't don't try to go there and debunk anything. There's no debunkery allowed here. I immediately said, sure. Come on the show.
Just using Zach Baun's picture as there.
It might be, but
Zach Baun fan.
He's got a lot of, no, it's not Zach Baun.
I'm looking now. No, we'll
yeah.
Find this, yeah.
And it's got a lot of Milana pictures up there. Seems to know the big guy singing and all that. Hey, if it's an imposter, he can come on the show. If he's got a good accent, I'm fine with that. He doesn't have to tackle anybody here.
Yeah.
Who knows? Now, it's a small Twitter following.
Was this recent that it happened?
It just happened yesterday.
It just happened yesterday. So
you know why? We were talking about the tush push, and I think he's a listener, and that's what spurred in the call.
Well, great stuff there, Bon.
Yeah. Now, by the way,
if you're listening.
By the way, on the tush push, the Kelsey podcast drops on Tuesday. So Jason Kelsey weighed in, and it's disturbing. He said the only reason, and he's one of the premier guys with it, he doesn't think it's injury. The only reason it should be banned, which I'll predict right here in May, that's exactly what they're going to do. That's why they didn't do it yesterday. They're going to do it. It's obvious Goodell's on board with it. They're going to do it. The only reason to ban it is if it's a big competitive advantage. And I'm thinking, Jason Kelsey, come on, that's what it's all about, that the Eagles have a competitive advantage now. Why should they have to give that up? And it plays into my grand scheme of thing. The reason they give it up is because the NFL doesn't want anyone to have a competitive advantage. It's about parity. It's about close games. I listened to Jeffrey Lurie yesterday, two things. One, he said we want to win big. Not just win, but win big. That was pretty interesting. And these politically correct sports people, he did his annual hour event that he talks about the team, saying, if you go to the White House, aren't you giving tacit approval to Trump? So I would just ask these guys, when another team won, say the Eagles won when Biden was there. If you go to the White House, are you giving tacit approval to the fact, it's even more apparent than ever now, the most recent book out, that Biden couldn't even walk into a room. They were putting fluorescent tape down to try to direct him in and out of rooms in the White House. And yet they were continuing this charade. How about asking that? Is it appropriate to ask Lurie? They tried it 3 or 4 times. I was driving, listening. By going to the White House, aren't you giving tacit approval to President Trump? They're sick. This is just a sick thing here, trying to make Trump other. As if, hey, you're going to see the White House, the president. How many times have we said this, the administration? You're not dealing with politics. You're not going to be asking Trump about the tariffs. And Kid Rock and Bill Maher did have dinner with President Trump. Kid Rock, we'll play a little bit of it, says that the first thing Trump said when Maher came in is, I'm going to need a drink. Pretty funny stuff as far as I can tell. All right, let's go to John in Westchester. John's in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, John, welcome in.
No, we're able to get one.
Oh, boy. All right. Somebody's getting one there. I don't want to hear anymore. All right. Thank you, John.
I kind of do want to hear more, though.
No, not really.
No?
I kept my hands on the...
So I hate to say I do think this might not be the real Zach Bond.
Okay. Well, I thought you would say that, but in my heart, if he wants to come on the show as Zach Bond.
I thought you would say that.
He might be. We've had former Sixers center, the guy from Washington, was
Spencer Hawes?
Yes, he was he was a
on.
conservative, and he came to at least 2 or 3 12-10 events.
Wow.
Huh.
I'm not remembering. Yeah, we didn't have social media per se then, so maybe it was hard to interact with him to get him to come on. I don't remember ever getting him on, but he was, and it didn't seem to be a big deal then. But if you are now, particularly with Trump, as yesterday, Lurie's trying to give them insight on the Eagles and what their plans are, and they're so ecstatic to go to the White House because that's what you do. And he tried to distinguish why in 2017, it was Malcolm Jenkins, it was around the kneeling time, et cetera. I think he was trying to make the point, it's not fully about Trump, it's about what was going on at that point. No. Question after question continuing. All right, coming up, the great Joe Conklin. Honored to introduce him on Saturday night over at the Keswick, and Pat Malloy, police chief extraordinaire, will be there also as part of the whole show, and it's benefiting the area. Well, they'll tell you exactly what it's benefiting, but you know how hard hit the Glenside area was with that fire that's recent. I mean, really hard hit. Hope to see you there. I'll be there at about 7 o'clock with Roe. Show starts at 7:30, so if you happen to be in the lobby coming in, it's a big place. It's huge. Any event that I've done there, I always say, oh, my God, how do you fill this place? Wow. All right, 855-839-1210. You get in. Dawn saying Bon Voyage headed off to Italy, and we are headed off this fall, Ro and I and you, to Sicily. You will fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Germans, they all came and left their mark. So I'd like you to join us for a great time, sun, the sea, the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe and Sicily and Calabria this fall. If you're headed to Europe, even without us, you know who you have to go with, Conservative Tours. They're proud of that name. And they're very big with talk radio across the country. I've done several with them myself. All this, Calabria, Sicily, the group together, $55.44, including airfare. The dining events in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattrocante, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494. Just go to the website, too, conservativetours.com. We've been kidding a lot about it. It is big, though. The Godfather Tour, all the locales from the movies that are in Sicily and Calabria. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. Then there's Mount Etna.
ZipRecruiter is the place.
The Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily. Ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. Savoca, prime spot. Call that number now. Get your group together. Love to have you join us. It is just, if you've heard about Sicily enough. 888-733-9494.
Hi, I'm Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. And did you know we're locally owned, fully licensed and insured, and trusted by thousands of homeowners per year? We treat your home like it's our home.
Emmons is who I use. They install top-quality roofing, siding, windows, doors, and even decks. For a free estimate, call Emmons today at 856-556-3229.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
That's callemmons.com.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Matt Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The big media are out to stop President Trump at any cost. ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, they're all the same. President Trump doesn't trust the big media, even Fox News. Now, millions of Americans are turning to Newsmax. Nielsen reports almost 30 million Americans tuned into Newsmax last quarter. And President Trump is one. He watches Newsmax and says it's terrific. So tune in tonight to watch Rob Finnerty's series, The Big Media's War on Trump. Every night, Rob Finnerty is exposing their big lies and gives you the straight talk you want. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems. Or download the free Newsmax app on your phone or home TV now. Millions have made the switch to Newsmax. You should too.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Movie star Val Kilmer has died from pneumonia. He was 65 years old.
The district attorney's office is establishing a new enforcement unit to tackle illegal dumping in Philadelphia. And Opera Philadelphia is closing its season with a modern spin on a Mozart classic.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Weather sponsored by Natural Lawn of America.
Quiet and cool conditions continue in the forecast today. We'll see a mixture of sunshine and clouds with a high temperature up around 56. For tonight, becoming mostly cloudy, some drizzle possible, low 48. And for Thursday, turning warmer, mostly cloudy, chance for a shower with a high 74.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, the very best this Saturday night, combining charity, great police force, great communities. Bernie Perrant, the great Joe Conklin, and of course, Dom Giordano. How did I get second billing over Bernie Perrant? That's still a mystery. Pat Malloy is with us, the police chief of Abington. Hey, Pat, good to have you and Joe with us today.
Hey, good afternoon. Thanks for having us.
Well, you know, you will forget because you're always with celebrities, Pat, but the first time I met you in person was the Tommy Lauren event over there at the Keswick, and all these crazies from Philadelphia were coming in at the Keswick to try to storm it, and you maintained order in a very effective manner.
Yes, I do recall that. You know, that steel fist, velvet glove, where our officers are out there looking sharp, engaging with the community, but with those agitators knowing if they crossed the line, they'd be locked up. So I do remember that. That was a good evening that we had down there.
So, Pat, give us an idea. Joe, teaming up with you, always happy to support what you do over in Abington, Glenside. Give us an idea, the fire and the recovery effort. Where are we?
Yeah, so the fire was probably the biggest in the history of all of Montgomery County, and because this was a fastener, they created fasteners for the aerospace industry, some that were used in the space shuttle. Very complicated processes with, and the firefighters, their equipment was exposed to many of the chemicals. Not to mention the fact that I think they had their vehicles were damaged at one point. So you have 160, I think, volunteer fire companies responded to this because they needed backup because of the temperatures and the winds and just trying to contain that. So many challenges, and right now it's obviously the investigation with the ATF and our fire marshal is ongoing, and I'm told that they do want to rebuild there and bring this industry and 500 employees back to the Glenside community. They were around for over 100 years, part of the fabric of Glenside. But we originally, when we planned this with Joe Conklin, we were going to raise money for the Abington Police Foundation. And I can get into that if you want me to, Dom. But we decided because of the hit that our all-volunteer firefighters took, we decided to divert all of the proceeds for this evening right back to our community, right back to the firefighters who worked so hard that week and are still trying to recover because of the losses in equipment. And,
well, that is very generous. So you and I will have to talk. We'll have to do something for the Police Foundation, of course.
Yes, that's what this was supposed to be the kickoff, but we sacrificed that, I think, for the right reasons, and I think this is where we should be focusing our attention.
So give us your part of the show. Well, who's your favorite cop? Are you going to be imitating any cops, Pat?
I don't think Joe will let me on stage to do any performance.
He's
we are
letting me on
Cardinal
stage
Doherty graduates.
That's right. Oh yeah, he's letting me introduce him, and I just marvel at his skill. Thank God I've never followed him. He did something with us in Mayfair where he did Harry Callis calling a game. The team won the state championship. It was unbelievable. I mean, on the spot, being able to do that. Joe, we mentioned that you're coming on today. The 7:30 is the show this Saturday, Joe. And JoeConklin.com, of course, and any voice you want is where you get tickets, right?
Hey, of course. Yeah, thank you, Dom. I always learned so much from listening to your show just while I was on hold. The Godfather tour, and sometimes you're talking about impressions. I know you, and my buddy, the band leader for City Rhythm Orchestra, Pete Spina, goes on those tours all the time. You mentioned Bologna, Genoa, Parma, all the lunch meat. It's a lunch meat city. Gabagool, Gudagine.
Why is gabagool a word that every comic in the world, Jimmy Fallon, gabagool, you just say gabagool and the audience breaks up. Joe, is there another word you say that's like Catholic school or something you say and they break up?
Yes, pagan babies.
Exactly.
I don't know why. And you're talking about Val Kilmer,
yes.
Unfortunately, just passed, and the accents and things like that. And my longtime coworker Al Morgani used to say, "Hey, once you start explaining, you're saying, oh, how does he get the? Do you ever teach an accent? How do you pick up an impression thing?" Morgani says, whenever you start explaining stuff, it's not fun. It's no longer funny. You can't explain about accents and vowels, but I can definitely do it for you if you want some more unfunniness. Anyway.
No, it's amazing that Kilmer, though, I just love the Doc Holliday. He just created a character out of thin air, Joe. So
there's so many things that go. There's a lot of things. There's cadence.
Right.
There's pitch. There's actual words. Like what you say, share instead of share, like the rest of the world.
Picked up on that.
And if I'm doing a Dom impression, somehow I gotta slip in share, and then in the middle of the Godfather tour, in the middle of all the Italian cities, you say Montreal. I don't know what the hell's going on here.
What an ear. Jim Kelly's here with me, Joe, and we've talked about you often through him. So, Jim, he's
a great one for voices. That guy's he's a savant for sure.
Who's your favorite, Jim? Your favorite voice right now? Who is it?
My favorite has got to be Merrill Reese.
Okay.
And the thing about doing Merrill, and like Joe says, one of the things you had to do is you got to figure it out. And Merrill's always good about this particular portion is brought to you by PNC Bank. And this particular portion is brought to you by Mackie Headphones, some of the greatest headphones ever. And don't forget right now, if Cory Booker can do 24 hours, Dom Giordano could do 48 without question.
Thank you. So
that's fantastic, Jim. And you have to put a little bit of a company on that. Well, for example, the tush push. The cowards of the NFL are trying to ban the tush push. This tush push banning brought to you by Jockey Underwear. Next time you push your favorite tush.
He calls it the brotherly shove, by the way, Joe, for some reason. So
funks out on it.
Yeah. So, Joe, for fans that have seen again and again, who's relatively recent? You're political. The last time you were on were tremendous. Are there more recent additions to what you're doing?
Well, we're gonna do something on for Saturday night. We're gonna do something on the tush push.
Yes.
Yeah, everything's a song, and of course the great, and we got the torpedo bats now with the Phillies.
Yeah.
I'd like to see somebody bunt with a torpedo bat. Anyway, we also have this video component to our show, and for the first time, the whole thing is about Philly sports put to music, but it's me channeling the psyche of a Philadelphia sports fan growing up here, like all of us, really. Most of us are locals, and we have nowhere else to go, so we have our whole life here. And when I was in college at Temple, we had to make one of our projects was to make a film, shoot a film on like 25 millimeter, edit it and all that. Well, I filmed myself and my buddies climbing into Veterans Stadium. we have it's up on YouTube if you want to see it, but we're going to put that in the show, kind of a nostalgic look back. And I was 19 years old. I guess that was 1980-ish. somewhere 81 maybe, somewhere around there. Anyway, a lot of good things coming up. But as far as new impressions, I don't know. I got a couple new characters we're doing on the other station now. But no, my accent.
Well, you can come on. You can say we're all in one family here. If the hurricane, if I be so bold, as somebody who just listens to voices for a living, that's top 3, without a doubt.
It's it's not your uncle's Hurricane Schwartz. It's the name is, let's get it right, the name is Tornado Shapiro. It's the most accurate in the country. 50-50 shot of rain tonight.
It's a dome too. That's right. So Joe, 7:30 this Saturday night. Thank you. It'll be an honor to introduce you. And Bernie Perrant, what does he do in the show?
It's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? He's you're going to be 80 years old, believe it or not. And, just when people ask at what my resume, I'm 80 years old. I say, take a look at my wife. Try not to do that. She's a woman, but she's. You come down and get a piece of cake.
All right, Hurricane. We will see you 7:30 or thereabouts at the Keswick, the Great Keswick, on Saturday night. Joe and Pat, pleasure to meet you.
Thank you, Tom.
And by the way, Joe, did you know Pat's wife is the real star of all this? She's Italian. How did he get so lucky?
Wow.
Primavera.
You're right.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Hey, Dom, can we remind everybody that we're going to also honor the Givnish family and Bill Cleary because of the amazing support that they have been for law enforcement and our police athletic league, and also St. Luke's Elementary School. Some of the funds will be donated to the Catholic education down in the Great Glenside community. So I just wanted to make sure we got that out there.
All right, Joe, if this comes up with St. Luke's there, when my son was playing, I was the coach, right? This was like an independent tour.
Is that your parish? St. Luke?
Yes. No, it's not.
Wow.
It was King of Peace in South Philly. But
okay.
The basket at one end at St. Luke's was on a stage. Okay. It was like a portable basket. You shoot it, then run up on the stage to rebound. I'm not making it up. I mean,
that's why they need money. Come
on, St. Luke's, get 2 baskets. We can't play there anymore. All right, guys. Thank you. We will see you on Saturday night.
All right, thanks, guys. Take care.
All right, Joe Conklin, Pat Malloy here on Talk Radio 1210. Yeah, DJ, we're playing Barnstorming Tour. It was like an independent school. We had a game with them. The basket was like a portable frame type of thing on a stage. I forget the rules now if you could go up on a rebound on that end. I made sure we had the other basket the second half. We had a better shot.
I feel like everyone's playing a CYO gym, something like that growing up, right?
Well, playing at Bear Recreation Center in South Philly, the wall was in. So that gives you an idea it's going to be a rough game.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right. 855-839-1210. Thanks to Jim for stopping in. And, Jim, before you go.
Yeah.
Somebody wishing us well here.
Somebody wishing us well.
Yeah, wishing you Dom Giordano show well. Some of our favorites. Who's there?
I understand Dom Giordano and I have to go and do the Godfather opening. Maybe we can open the show with this, but it just wasn't enough time, Michael.
We'll get there, Pop. We'll get there.
Senator Corleone.
Yeah, join us in Sicily, Pop. All right.
Remember who calls you up with this thing as a traitor.
Thank you, Pop. All right, we continue here. Get inside question today, 855-839-1210. Let's talk for a moment about spring being here, sort of. Don't let stiff or achy joints hold you back. Rescue Natural Supplements is proud to bring you Resco Glyco Plus, the incredible supplement specially formulated to support joint comfort and flexibility with a powerful blend of green lip muscle complex and UC2 collagen. This unique combination helps maintain healthy cartilage, promotes smoother, more comfortable joint movement. Right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call them today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Again, use the code RELIEF RELIEF. Buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1 million Worldly Winnings drawing. Play and earn entries now through April for your chance at over $1 million in prizes, including 10 $25,000 dream vacation packages. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings March 29th and April 26th. The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa. $1 million Worldly Winnings only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With the Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
President Trump is making New Jersey safer, securing the border and deporting dangerous criminals. And he's getting no help from Phil Murphy and Trenton Democrats. I'm Jack Chittarelli. That all changes when I'm governor. On day one, we'll end Murphy's sanctuary state and ban sanctuary cities. We'll work with ICE and take the handcuffs off our police to keep our communities safe. It's time Trenton Democrats realize we need to protect our communities. When I'm governor, we will.
Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor Inc., 99 Gray Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Win tickets to see the Phillies. Listen to Kale and Company mornings at 9:50 this week to win a pair of tickets to see the Phillies and the Giants. Tuesday, April 15th at Citizens Bank Park. It's Jackie Robinson Day, with an on-field tribute to the legacy of number 42 before the game. For tickets, visit Phillies.com.
All right, Tom Giordano Show. Side question today. Coming off 2001 Space Odyssey dropping. Oh, it's unbelievable. I agree with Dan on that. No, not so much. Something that, the consensus is unbelievable. You got to see this. You got to eat it. You got to try this, and you don't see it that way.
Can I do another one?
Yes.
Blue cheese stuffed green olives.
All right.
Disgusting.
That's
it's very small.
niche.
No, because
Okay.
Maisie loves them, and she has me buy them, and they're disgusting.
Very anecdotal then.
I could go for some olives right
usually
now.
used in martinis.
I will say just olives generally, trash. Black, green, trash.
Thank you, brother.
That's not true.
I like that.
All right, let's go to John in Westchester. Hey, John, what do you have this afternoon?
Good afternoon, Dom, Dan, and Henry. I agree with Henry on the olives.
Yeah, buddy.
And,
That's a minority opinion. Okay.
well, I'm a minority, so
Okay.
of one.
All right.
Anyway, so in your controversy over 2001, which I agree the movie was bad. The book was very good, but the movie was bad. But my thing that has been talked about and promoted and just absolutely infuriates me is Michelle Obama.
Yeah, a bit overrated. We've never seen the tests. Run, Michelle, run. Then we'll see.
So she will never run.
No, I don't think she will either.
And thank God for that.
Absolutely.
Because all we'd have to do is hear about how mean everybody is and how racist everybody is, and just because we don't agree with any of her Marxist stances. So,
Thank you, John. Yeah, Michelle Obama's a good one. All right. Predicted if she ran, she'd win. I don't think so. Coming up, E.J. Antoni. Today is Tariff Day. He's on board with this, at least the last time he was with me, one of America's great economists. He's got a lot of other stuff, too. And we'll talk to Matt Rooney. Got a poll going at Dom Show 1210 right now. Who do you favor, Chettarelli, Spadia? We have Chettarelli at about 75%. You can vote. Just interested as we start to turn our attention to Jersey now. All that straight ahead. Talk Radio 1210.
The Crash-Proof Retirement System is more than just a shield for your retirement. Our exclusive system offers unique flexibility, orchestrating crash-proof vehicles to maximize growth with the market, but with none of the volatility. That's why our clients enjoy both security and prosperity, knowing that they're taking full advantage of the market without ever risking their principal.
Philip Baglivo from Westchester, Pennsylvania. Now is the time to look into crash-proof retirement for better growth and protection. With the crash-proof retirement system, I've earned 9% interest this year. I don't pay any fees, and I always come out on top. It's definitely a cornerstone for me to have crash-proof retirement in my life.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Mendenhall Inn on April 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Scott Auto Group, which includes Scott Honda of Westchester and Vineland, along with Scott Kia of Springfield, and the all-new Scott Kia of Limerick, is focusing on one thing: you, the customer. Expect a seamless buying experience, transparent pricing, and no hidden fees or agendas. Plus, enrollment in the Scott Advantage Loyalty Program, where you benefit from savings on essential services, free PA safety inspections, and extra discounts on your next vehicle purchase. At Scott Auto Group, their focus on you provides a thoughtful and professional way to do business. Visit them at scottautogroup.com, where it's always smooth sailing.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, today is a big day. At 4 o'clock, President announces his plan for the immediate tariffs. E.J. Antoni was with us a little while back, research fellow in the Heritage Foundation's Grover M. Herman Center for the federal budget. That's got to be a big center. For the federal budget, they have to have 50 rooms in there. Guys working maybe 1,000 rooms they need. All right, so we're preparing for what happens today at 4 o'clock. Let's go to E.J. here on Talk Radio 1210. Over at the Heritage Foundation, are they clinking glasses today with the tariff, or are you in the minority over there?
I'd say it's mixed feelings.
Okay.
Let me put it that way, Dom.
Yeah, I'd like to be a fly on the wall there. That'd be pretty good conversation. So, EJ, on your side, the last time we talked about this with the tariffs, Doug Ford today, Ontario, gave what I thought was a big blink, at least on CNBC. And you had up on Twitter yesterday, the last couple of days, Canada cannot withstand a trade war. How long would they try to withstand it for, though? That's where the damage to us gets in, I guess.
That's exactly right, Dom. And unfortunately, it's not really clear. It comes down to, I think, essentially how much pain are Canadians, and more specifically Canadian politicians, willing to tolerate. And I mean, frankly, that's anybody's guess as far as I'm concerned. I'm certainly no political scientist. I'm a monetary scientist. That kind of stuff is I think, a little too far outside of my lane. But what I can tell you, just going by the numbers, is that it is painfully clear that Canada cannot win a trade war with the U.S. Now, that's not to say that the U.S. would come up aces, right? Nobody wins in a trade war. It's like a real war. There are no winners, but not everybody loses the same. And I think that's why you're starting to see Canadian politicians like the one you just mentioned starting to blink, because they're realizing, oh my gosh, Trump really does hold all the cards, especially right now when the Canadian manufacturing sector is already hurting severely.
EJ, the case I would make here with Trump and what he's doing, but I think today when we see it, it's going to be milder. This is what he always does. It seems to me to be a bit all over the place. I know no flexibility, but it also seems to me that I don't get the rationale. Are we really expecting this is going to bring manufacturing and all that back? I think Trump's own pro-business stance versus Biden, his own energy, isn't that why these people are reinvesting in America again? It's because of Trump.
I think that absolutely has a lot to do with it. I mean, what have we seen? $5 trillion now in not even 3 months come pouring in terms of new investment. I mean, these are, frankly, Dom, these are eye-watering numbers that I did not think we were going to see until we got to maybe the end of this year. That's how fast this administration has been able to move. So I got to give them credit there. In terms of the tariffs themselves, though, I think part of the reason it's been all over the place is the fact that so many of the things that are getting talked about right now are actually contradictory. For example, if you're going to talk about using tariffs to increase revenue and pay down the debt, that stands in contrast to using tariffs to bring back manufacturing jobs. So if, for example, if you're going to put a tariff in place and you're going to assume that international trade stays as it is, that obviously represents an increase in revenue. But if the tariff is being put in place and it's going to cause international trade to decrease, and instead of buying stuff from abroad, you're going to buy it here, okay, that works in terms of onshoring manufacturing, increasing domestic employment, that's all good. But now you've decreased international trade and you've decreased that tax base, which means less tax revenue, right? So there's a lot of different moving parts here, and you may very well be looking at certain sectors experiencing one of those effects while other sectors experience the other effect. So again, until we get some specifics, which, as you said, should happen at 4 this afternoon, that's when we'll really be able to dive deep, I think, into the details here and figure out where we can expect what effects to happen.
What's your prediction, EJ, based upon the best evidence, based upon Trump? I told you, milder than whatever he blusters. You're going to see that. But he is a wild card, and that's where I look at Wall Street. Wall Street's not the bad guys here. They just want some stability. So what's your best guess about what's likely to happen here?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if we do see something milder. But, Dom, I want to connect two things that you just said. It is precisely because Trump is a loose cannon that we end up getting the milder results. It is precisely because the people on the other side of the negotiating table have literally no idea what he's going to do. They're negotiating with a madman, so they're willing to put all their cards on the table, right? They are willing to make concessions because they are petrified that Trump is actually willing to go toe-to-toe with them. And they don't want that because, again, nobody wins in a trade war. So they don't want that. That's why just today we're hearing from Canada that they are proposing, let's get rid of all of our trade barriers if America gets rid of all of hers. And that's exactly what we want, right? This is why I actually just wrote a piece for Fox News yesterday. We forget reciprocal tariffs. The name of the game there is free trade. What we're trying to get rid of, Dom, is the status quo whereby we have had this kind of almost one-way street, this unilateral free trade, if you will, where we have had to open our consumer markets to foreign producers, but foreign consumer markets have not been open to ours. And so that has caused foreign exporters to have a field day. And yes, it's given us cheap products like flat screen TVs, but it's caused our manufacturing sector to be unable to compete with the rest of the world so that we can't grow our own domestic industries and we can't increase employment of Americans.
Do you think this is what Trump, somebody got his ear here about tariffs and look, McKinley and all that he talks about? Because Trump, I thought in his own mind, resolved a lot of this in the first term by going back and removing the damage of NAFTA with Mexico particularly.
Well, I will say the USMCA was a huge step in the right direction, but two important things. Number one, it was not a complete fix. In other words, it didn't go far enough. There were certain things that, for example, certain trade barriers that Canada just refused to drop. And frankly, the U.S. didn't want to drop all of their trade barriers either because certain industries were lobbying very hard against that. So it was a step in the right direction, but it didn't go far enough. The other important thing is that we have seen Canada, they've been a big offender of this. They've allowed China to abuse things like country of origin provisions so that the stuff that has a made in Canada label on it is actually made in China and should be subject to very punitive tariffs on those Chinese goods, but instead Canada is allowing China to use the USMCA as a kind of backdoor. And those are things that we really need to crack down on.
Your analysis, your sense, EJ, and Tony with us, of DOGE, how effective, what's the thing I like, and maybe it's a little bit more political, this threat to try to figure out how Nancy Pelosi and others went from being maybe a millionaire to being worth hundreds of millions.
You know what? I love this, and it's part of the reason why. It's part of the reason why, Dom, we really need to ban the stock trading that's done by members of Congress. And this is bipartisan, by the way. It's not just Nancy Pelosi. You know who the runner-up is after her? It's Dan Crenshaw, a Republican. I mean,
wow.
Both of them, if you look at some of their different trades, and not just their trades, but the political moves they make after making certain trades, it's become painfully obvious that they are motivated largely by finance and not the best interest of their constituents. It was only right after, for example, Dan Crenshaw made a huge bet on one of TikTok's biggest competitors that then Dan Crenshaw came out right after that and denounced TikTok and said he was pushing for legislation to ban TikTok from the United States. Now that I'm not saying TikTok should be banned or it shouldn't. That's not the point here. The point is that he was making a move right after he was perfectly set up financially to benefit from it. So I love the idea of the Doge boys just going hog wild here and looking at all these people's finances and figuring out, now, just exactly how did you know this stock was going to go up or down, sir or madam?
Absolutely. EJ, where do we find you?
Best place to find me is going to be on X, formerly Twitter, and the handle there is @RealEJAntoni.
And tell me, at 4 o'clock today, you're watching, or you're there in the office with a beverage, or you have colleagues around. Are you putting odds down on what Trump's going to say and what he's going to do?
My money is the focus is going to be on reciprocity here, and I would also not be surprised if we get some announcements of not only tariffs, but if we also get announcements of trade agreements, much to the surprise of the markets.
Ah, yes, I can see with Ontario. EJ, thank you so much. Thanks for joining us as always.
Thank you, Dom.
Take care. EJ Antoni here on Talk Radio 1210. All right, 855-839-1210. Yeah, we might get a trade agreement today before we get the bitter pills to swallow, in my view. Or maybe you're in the other camp. You think this is going to work very, very quickly. It's a big gamble. A lot riding on it today at 4 o'clock. 855-839-1210. All right, I want to pivot into something. Inquirer's got like 10 printed pages, and we're trying to get the guy on. Scott Overland, the president of the Phoenixville School Board, is featured, defiantly saying they're going to continue with DEI. Now, the Inquirer talks about a few school districts, Denver, where they've converted a girls' bathroom into a non-binary bathroom that the Department of Education is going after them. Ithaca City School District, where a complaint alleged the district event for students of color reflected systemic discrimination against white students. But I'd really like to see this Phoenixville School District, in fact, Springford's another one, they're basically saying, nah, we're going to continue doing what we've been doing. In fact, on the record, the Inquirer has several of them here saying, yeah, well, it's 1%, the federal funding. Then they think that's over $1 million, $1.5 million in some of these school districts. Maybe they wouldn't like that taken away. Okay? 855-839-1210, you get on board. So what your local school did, I'll give you more of the details here, the stuff they put out. But again, this is the attitude. And the word that they principally go after is equity. Now, they'll spin equity. They'll tell you equity means something. It doesn't. What they're meaning by equity here is equal outcomes. And that's what the problem is. There's no problem with diversity. There's no problem with inclusion. The problem is with equity, equal outcomes. All right, 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is push pound 1210. Hit us on the side question today. Something that critics, the mainstream, tells you, you got to get this, you got to support it, you got to buy it, you got to eat it, but you think that's way overdone. All right, hit us with that too. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I need to get below 200. I can't carry it anymore. I look like a schlub. I've got things that are jiggling in places I shouldn't have places. For those who think I'm not going to be able to pull it off, just remember when you doubted me for the bike ride.
All you need to do is do the bike ride. You'll lose weight.
All I have to do is just cut out booze and carbs.
In all seriousness, I think all of this talking about him not having a great lifespan.
You guys are wearing me down.
Working on him.
Yeah.
See?
Good for all of us.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure why I want to stick around for another 40, but maybe I do.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable, same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Looking for the perfect ride at the perfect price? At Hester Chevrolet, we've got the deals to get you on the road in a new Chevy today. Our huge selection means there's something for everyone. Plus, with easy financing options, getting behind the wheel has never been easier. Explore how we can make your driving experience extraordinary. Hester Chevrolet, Philly's trusted Chevy dealer. Visit us at HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet! Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time, 855-839-1210. A lot of reports, very difficult to determine in the wake of what happened last night. The big loss in Wisconsin, and Tesla stock is benefiting, so they're placing some credibility in it, that Elon Musk will be ratcheting down and stepping away from his role with Doge. Now, that's not the area that I necessarily want him to step away from. There's where he's disrupted in a positive way. It stopped running around politically with a cheese hat on and jetting in, parachuting into Wisconsin. The numbers indicate, as predicted here, and if you want to win, you got to face this, there's a lot of negativity associated with him. In other words, we're back to this again. Trump does some things that seem counterintuitive, and the numbers really don't change. The effectiveness doesn't change. There's only one Trump. Elon Musk does it, and it's problematic. And Democrats are being able to use this in a manner. Now, you know, if he does go back to out of the picture a bit, Democrats will say, see, we defeated him. Trump is next. Don't see that. But Tesla stock has picked up on just rumors of this today. And I've said this kind of all along. There's a lot he brings to it, the money, the energy, Twitter, during the campaign and the like. And all right, the Doge stuff, even though there were some missteps, by and large, they've revealed an awful lot of stuff. Is it time for him to not be as front and center? If that happens, they're going to say Trump was looking for this after last night in Wisconsin. I mean, Trump knows last night in Wisconsin, not good. You lose by 10 points. And now we have to worry about 2 more congressional seats when it's already very, very tight. All right, 855-839-1210.
Did you see?
That's how you get in. Yes.
Musk's interview with Tarlov yesterday, where he was asked.
Yes.
He was asked about the corruption. I do have that cut if you want
Yeah,
that.
his corruption alleged.
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Whether he's leveraging corrupt schemes for his companies using Doge.
Through Doge?
Yeah.
All right, I'll tell you what I think. Well, let's play it. I reject this. I think he's doing this because he loves doing it. It's a celebrity thing. It's when you have all the money in the world, it's hard to understand with people getting by. When you get to a certain status, you look to other things. You already have enough money. What's the next thing? Power / celebrity power. All right, here's what Tarlov yesterday.
Liberal Tesla lover here. My sister has 2 in her family, so have not thrown any Molotov cocktails recently. But I wanted to talk to you about what Doge has been doing. So you've been making cuts to a lot of the agencies that have open investigations and regulatory battles with your companies. At the same time, you continue to get billions in government contracts. Tesla gets billions in subsidies. How do you explain that to the American people?
Well, everything that Doge does is an open book. So I think the most transparent the most transparent organization in government ever. Every single Doge action is listed on the Doge.gov website. It's also listed on the X handle. So if anyone has a concern about any one of those actions, they can bring that up. They can raise that. And I do want to say, sometimes we make a mistake. Nobody bats 1,000. We will at times make a mistake, and we'll act very quickly to correct it. I am under such an extreme spotlight, so much scrutiny, that it's literally impossible for me to get away with anything nefarious. And obviously, nor do I wish to. So this is a case where we have radical transparency. We're actually willing to admit that we do make mistakes. Often people are not willing to admit they make mistakes, but we are. But we want to emphasize we fix them quickly, and we're trying to do the right thing for the American taxpayer, for the American people. And I think history will be the judge that what we've done here and what we're doing is a very good thing for the strength and future of America.
All right. So the bottom line is I don't think he's doing this because he's under investigation / billions from the government. The reason is there's excitement here. It's different. I know it's hard to believe. Well, where's the money? And all right, already look at the money he's throwing around constantly. Whatever the purported worth of Tesla and everything else is, it's still huge. It's an issue, though. Is he effective in this role? And I'd say no, not the Doge stuff. The stuff in Wisconsin and playing off this, it's becoming rapidly very negative. And I think you're going to see Trump graciously behind the scenes. Already we're seeing some element of it out there today that, front and center is not the place to be on this. Now, it's going to be difficult because this guy has every bit of the heft of President Trump, even though he's president. So it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. But I think sticking with Doge, doing that's one thing. Taking a lesser role, not being as public, going back to his companies, that would be a good thing. And the proof is places like Wisconsin. All right, the big announcement today, though, you heard EJ and Tony. And again, Americans, this idea that the stock market is just something foreign. How many people listening right now are tied into the stock market due to your 401k and America's invested now. We're not back in the prehistoric time where the middle class even, or the lower middle class, didn't have a stake in it. It's not just people at the Wall Street Journal that don't like Trump. It's people saying, is this really necessary? Will the president today then talk about why this has to be done and a sense of, how much pain there will be inflicted here? Although, EJ and I were talking about it, Canada looks like it's ready to relent. It's China in the end. It's a couple of other countries. It'll be interesting to see what they say about India today, too. But this is a big day to see how this works. And it's a big gamble. All right. Among other things today, we haven't talked about Cory Booker. Now, Matt Rooney's in the on-deck circle, and, of course, I've only interviewed Cory Booker once, but I don't know too many conservative talk show hosts that I've ever interviewed. It was at the 2016 convention. He was kind of bizarre, doing all this bowing, the hands clasp, and all the kumbaya, and why can't we all get along together? And he says the same stuff. He's very partisan, very left. But his shtick, his brand, is to say, well, why don't we come together? Okay. Dan, let's hear a couple of answers you have from Twitter so far.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, on the side question. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, definitely. So, Dom, over on Twitter, you got Dave on Twitter who says something that the critics love that everyone seems to enjoy that he just can't get behind, the beach.
Oh, God.
Right, so it's just sand and water. I don't get it.
Oh, man, that's interesting, though. That could be a potential winner, depending upon the call, because that reflects maybe 5 to 8% of the population. Yeah.
Mike Cassandi over on Twitter.
Well, Dan, to that point, I'd say the mountains, going to the Poconos and the whole thing and all. What the heck? We did that once. Roe made us. Deer running across. It was cold even in August. Why go to the mountains?
So I'm with you, and I don't like skiing. I went skiing once. I accidentally went down a Black Diamond as a beginner, and my skis ended up above my head, and I blacked out. Mike Cassandi over on Twitter says, living in the city's way overrated. Everyone says it's great, fun to visit, but disagrees with it. Dom, your thoughts on that?
Well, living in New York, I would say definitely. I couldn't live in New York. Even Roe, who loves going to New York, admits after about 5 or 6 hours, brutal.
Is it much different than Philly, though?
Gosh, take a look out there. 24th and Market. There would be 5. Dan, I had to walk all those years doing O'Reilly from the train station to like 46th or something. And it's just swarm with people. And that's like 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock in the morning. It's just Saturday you do it. Yeah.
You get like a kind of feeling when you cross over a bridge or tunnel into the city. You get into New York City. You get a different kind of vibe. No, like. Your blood starts flowing a little bit more. There's all those people around.
And I've driven, as you know, sort of, I wouldn't say recklessly, but aggressively. But in New York, I feel like, oh, my God, I have to ratchet it up to levels.
Absolutely. I can 100% agree with that.
There's
no rules.
I don't care what you do. I'm going through it. That kind of thing. Yeah.
Henry, can I reveal what we were just talking about behind the scenes?
Oh, no, you can't.
Let's do it.
You want to do it?
Yeah.
Henry's potentially moving into the city, Dom.
Yeah.
Oh,
so I wonder if Mike would warn him away from doing so.
The summer of Henry.
That should be some good show fodder. Let's hope he eats a block of cheese with his shirt off with it running down there. Yeah.
I love it. And finally, Dom, over on our YouTube chat, Mangle Mush, just let this one, Dom, and he agrees with Peter Griffin, a Family Guy. Take a listen. If you could put me up there a little bit.
But since we're all going to die, there's one more secret I feel I have to share with you. I did not care for The Godfather.
What?
Did not care for The Godfather.
Oh, that's...
How can you even say that, Dad?
Didn't like it.
Peter, it's so good. It's like the perfect movie.
This is what everyone always says. Whenever they say,
Robert De Niro, Al Pacino. I mean, you never see... Robert Duvall!
Fine actor. Did not like the movie. Why not? Couldn't get into it.
Explain yourself. What didn't you like about it?
It insists upon itself, Lois.
What?
It insists upon itself.
What does that even mean? Because it has a valid point to make. It's insistent.
It takes forever getting in. You spend like 6.5 hours, and then I can't even get through. I can't even finish the movie. I've never even seen the ending.
You've never seen the ending?
Well, how can you say you don't like it if you haven't even given it a chance?
Yes. So The Godfather, Dom, taking off the board.
Well, look, I would agree. The ending for one of the greatest films is a bit not so good. It's a bit weak. I don't care for the ending. No.
Really?
Yeah.
We're talking number one?
Yeah, of Godfather. Yeah, I don't think the ending is nearly, and that's what you really have to do to stick it. I don't see it sticking it.
Oh, I think it does. I think it absolutely sticks the landing. Well, that's how I grade a great movie. Is if it sticks the landing.
There's so much else there though. You can't tell me just shutting the door and now he's firmly into the mind.
I love that. It's the imagery of it. Like he's outside looking in.
I think they were playing a little bit too much going to Godfather 2. They knew they were going to do the sequel, I think. I'm not sure. The ending is not up to the standard of...
I didn't think I'd see the day that you'd say so much negative about The Godfather.
Well, I didn't say that. I think it's the second film. The Godfather 2 is number one. Yeah, I'm thinking of the ending there. I got to think of the ending there for a moment to see if it stands up.
Also, if we're going to bash, mob movies like this...
Right.
Goodfellas is overrated. It's a good movie.
No.
It's right in the name. Good. It's not great fellas. It's good fellas.
No, it's still, they capture it. They got an eye for it. Let me think of the ending of that. Well, I interviewed Henry Hill, and he said, I got to go. The ending's pretty good. That's what you end up with.
Would you say it insists upon itself?
No, it doesn't insist. Whoever writes that, that's pretty high-level line.
Seth MacFarlane.
Insist upon it. Yeah. Okay. Matt Rooney, Godfather fan, and anti-Cory Booker. What a field day. The grandstand, the cringe factor with him. I give him credit. 25 hours is 25 hours. Not sure his bathroom trick there. He said he dehydrated himself. Hadn't gone to the bathroom, or he did't drink water even.
Did you see him at the end there?
Yeah.
Me and Maisie were watching, and there was times where we thought his knees were getting weak. There might be some.
I think that was fakery.
You think so?
Yeah.
Leaning on the podium.
Look,
his eyes were wide.
Hours?
I've been up 25 hours doing
Standing?
it.
Talking?
Yeah. Well, most of I'm traveling. I don't know how I did it. I was seeing stuff. I had to fill in a couple places. I was trying to make my mark. And community college had a class, and then I woke up the next day and screaming, I'm late.
I should bring you behind the scenes of a conversation, the audience as well. Brand manager Greg Stocker says to me before the show, he goes, gosh, I love that Dom is so willing to, put out their work. We're doing some crossovers. You're working some extra hours. And I responded to Greg. I go, be careful saying that to Dom, because if you do, he's going to ask for 25 straight hours to beat Cory Booker's record.
Well, you know what? Come on, Greg, if you're listening now, Dan, or send him a text. Wouldn't that be a heck of a radio thing? They could just talk to me. I'll stand up to the standing's not. If you can lean on a lectern. If he stood up without leaning on a lectern, then I give a lot of props to it.
Would you have to stand up during this whole Dom radio thing?
Yeah, I can stand up. Yeah.
Take all the chairs out of the studio?
Yeah, we'll take it. Well,
I like this idea, man.
Okay. It's easy enough to do.
Yeah. You really think you could do it?
Yeah, absolutely.
With no performance-enhancing drugs?
No.
Do you think
is tea allowed and stuff like that?
Yeah. I'm talking
and I got some tips from Rand Paul, who said he had a little bottle under the thing, and that's how he relieved himself when he did it.
Okay.
No diaper. I don't know if Booker did.
Would you consider wearing a diaper?
No.
No?
No, for that.
Even though to make the point that you could do it?
No, that's cheating. You can't wear a diaper. Those people that go to Times Square, they shouldn't be allowed to wear diapers. Oh, my God, that's disgusting. So you think Booker wore a diaper? That's the first question you want to ask.
He wore a diaper, and watching those eyes near the end there was something keeping him awake. I don't know what it was. But
all right, we'll ask Matt.
Maybe a lot of coffee.
We'll ask Matt Rooney coming up, and also get his take on what happened in Wisconsin. Those are tremendous on Twitter. The Godfather, huh? Really going for the heart here. 855. Next, somebody will call in and say high heels are not all that we say they are. Come on. Everybody knows. That's the.
They're not.
Oh, goodness. You just don't understand engineering.
All right. You're going too far down. Flats are, no.
Yeah, flats. They make women look awful.
As a tall guy, I've always felt bad because women often wear way too uncomfortable heels to kind of keep up. And
it's for their benefit. It's for their benefit.
Nah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, is it?
Rose walking around right now.
How can you say it's? Have you ever walked in heels, Tom? You can't say it's for their benefit without the experience yourself.
Try to remember the promotion or stunt it was. It may have happened.
All right, well, I got a stunt for you. 25 straight hours of radio with Dom Giordano while wearing heels.
While wearing heels. All right, Matt Rooney jumps in next, and your calls at 855. That would win that Godfather thing on Twitter here on Talk Radio 1210.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 to 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Weather sponsored by First Bank.
Quiet and cool conditions continue in the forecast today. We'll see a mixture of sunshine and clouds with a high temperature up around 56. For tonight, becoming mostly cloudy, some drizzle possible, low 48. And for Thursday, turning warmer, mostly cloudy, chance for a shower with a high 74.
Ready to drive your business success with a trusted local partner? Count on First Bank for personalized support and smart solutions to help your business grow. First Bank, your trusted local partner for success. Visit myfirstbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. So Cory Booker says he consulted people. He dehydrated himself. He says he didn't use a catheter or a diaper. And he remarked, Strom Thurmond had to use a bucket that was set up in the Senate cloakroom to do it. Oh, my God. All right, to get into all matters Jersey, but I really want to ask him about Wisconsin, see if he shares where I went with this last night. Let's go to Matt Rooney, all things SaveJersey.com on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Matt, good afternoon. You had to be having a field day yesterday when not Jersey guy, Cory Booker performed.
Yeah, I've had a recurring nightmare. It never lasted 25 hours and 5 minutes, but of Cory Booker just droning on endlessly. We know that the guy's full of hot air. He's full of some other stuff, too, that I can't talk about because we don't want to get fined by the FCC, Dom. But a bucket would certainly come in handy. Yeah. It's so sad. New Jersey's got real problems. The country has real challenges. You talk about them every day on your program. And instead what we got from Cory Booker was, I'll give you this example. Seinfeld was a show about nothing. That was a filibuster about nothing. He wasn't trying to hold up a bill.
Right.
It didn't relate to the budget. It was self-aggrandizement. And in that sense, Dom, it's kind of perfect for the modern Democrat Party because that's what they are. It's a collection of privileged people. You saw it during the president's joint address when they were sitting there behaving like children, holding up "Fogo de Chao" signs, like they're asking for more beef at their table. There's no substance to these people. And, in that sense, as annoying as it is to hear Cory Booker go on and on and on for hours about nothing, couldn't get a single coherent thread out of that over day-long rant that he put on there on the floor of the Senate, it's probably good for the American people to continue to be reminded of who these people are, right? President Trump, his allies are trying to actually advance policies. You may not agree with them all, but it's substantive. I've yet to see any substance out of the Democrat Party as of late other than opposing Trump, opposing Musk, and the usual other fringe stuff.
So, Matt, I take your point. I don't know if the candidates, the two major candidates on the Republican side do. Too much inside baseball. You're going to be part of one of the big debates coming up, Save Jersey. In other words, tell us what the problem is in Jersey, and then tell us explicitly how you're going to fix it. Just stick with that people believe you mean it and you have the solutions. What do you think they're doing that's kind of inside baseball?
Well, it's a good thing that voters are increasingly getting their news from sources other than the legacy media, right? And I don't have to explain to your audience, Dom, why you shouldn't trust ABC and NBC and CNN for all of your information. But the discussion you're largely seeing on social media right now and on some of the other new media outlets, not this one, we're very proud of what we do at 1210, is all this insider baseball stuff as you just described it and as I described it. This person's connected to that person. There's lawsuits filed trying to eliminate certain candidates from the ballot. I mean, some of this is normal politicking, but if there's one thing we've learned as of late, it's that the American people are ready for real solutions to the very real problems that we're facing. Things got really bad over the past 4 years nationally, and they've been worse even longer in the Garden State. We've got the worst taxes in the country. We've got some of the most unaffordable places to live in the entire nation. Thank God we have Elena Haba now trying to do her best, but we're overrun by criminal gangs that not only engage in human trafficking, but also steal your car. We've got car theft rings all over the place. And I'm just touching the tip of the iceberg here. So the people in New Jersey want to hear more about that, and they're not really getting that from the candidates right now in the Republican primary. So without giving too much away, as you mentioned, Dom, I was part of one debate. I'm going to be a co-sponsor and a panelist for another one coming up on May 20th. My hope is that we can get into that. I think it's extremely important. I just don't talk about New Jersey, right? I live there. So I'm as invested in this as everyone else.
Well, Matt, the question I would want, and it's a talk radio host in me, I don't even know if it's polite in a debate like this, isn't it we're trying to identify, let's face it, which one can win? Isn't that really the core ultimately?
Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean, look, I'm a lawyer, right? I know no one here is going to hold it against me. When someone comes into my office, I mean, I could take their money, but ultimately what they really should be asking, and they usually do, is listen, I'm angry at that person that I want to sue, but can I actually succeed in court, right? Can I obtain the relief that I'm looking for? So, yeah, I mean, part of that is who is marketable, who can put together the kind of organization that we need. And in this context, it's who can get the old Trump coalition together, right? If everybody in New Jersey that voted for Trump in 24 shows up this November to vote for governor, the Republican is going to win. It's just simple math. But a lot of that boils down to ideas, right? If you just try to do a Trump impression, or conversely, you do what Republicans have done for so long, which is go back to the country club mentality of we're going to play it safe and just mention that we're going to keep the taxes a little lower than the Democrats, but not try to touch any third rails, we're going to lose. So, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, that's what you're doing when you're voting. You're actually interviewing someone.
Absolutely. All right, Matt, Wisconsin last night, I didn't see a 10-point loss coming. Yeah, voter ID is fine, but this is not good in that we have now 2 congressional seats, I think by the midterms, that will go the way of Democrats. We know that Trump not on the ballot makes for difficulty, but I believe that Elon Musk, and we're seeing reports today, I know the media wants this to be this way, but I think Trump is sensing it. He's not the front guy. There was blowback on him coming into Wisconsin, the money and all that. Twitter, that's all helpful, but there is a factor there of this. And also, again, I don't know how organized Republicans were with early voting, mail-in balloting, et cetera. I think the Democrats had a big advantage again.
Yeah, well, in this case, it's interesting because it looks like Republicans actually outspent Democrats in Wisconsin.
Right.
We won't know for sure until we get a little past the election. All the reports are filed. But look, maybe it's just because the sun is out, Dom, and I'm down at my office in Avalon today, so I'm just feeling a little bit more optimistic than I otherwise might, right? We're trying to take over a Democrat seat here, right? This was a Republican attempt to flip a seat in a state that, even though Donald Trump just carried it, Wisconsin ain't red. Right? There's reason to think it's becoming more competitive thanks to President Trump, but it's not there yet. Meanwhile, they've codified now voter ID in the state constitution. We won those 2 seats in Florida. I think it's important for everybody to realize, like, yes, whenever you lose and you fail, you need to analyze the heck out of it and try to figure out what you need to do better. But when you're fighting a war, it's about who wins the most battles at the end, right? You're not going to win every single one, and this is one where we fell short, but I don't want everybody to be too down in the mouth about it. This was an attempt to pick up a leftist seat. We didn't lose ground here. I think we need to learn from it. We need to move on, and we got to win in New Jersey and Virginia this year.
I would point out, though, Matt, that not that it's a warning sign for the midterms here, but I'll go back to the Elon Musk thing. Nothing to do with Florida, and we had one bad candidate, as far as I can tell, in Florida. They won, but the numbers were not just what President Trump did, but what Walz and Gates did. And that is giving them oxygen. That's the little bit of trepidation here.
Here's what I think. Look at Argentina. And I know that seems like a complete non sequitur, Dom. I know you follow what Milei's doing down in Argentina. It's been an economic miracle as he works to do, or I should say implement, many of the reforms that Donald Trump is pursuing right now in Washington. Now, in Argentina, arguably, it's a heavier lift because that was full-on unadulterated socialism down there. But they have one of the strongest stock market rallies going on right now in the world. They're making tremendous gains. My point is this. If you and I are having this conversation down in Wildwood, Dom, at one of your lives come August, and Donald Trump's reforms are pushing the American economy forward, which I believe they will, I don't think any of this other stuff's going to matter, to be completely honest with you. I mean, if you have to sell a kidney to buy a dozen eggs like you did under the Biden administration, that's going to be a different story. But I think the story of the midterms and the story of New Jersey, which is going to come up before the midterms, is, hey, listen, do these America First ideals work? I believe they do. So if you're a Republican candidate running anywhere in the country, my message for you is, listen, bold colors, not pale pastels. Support the president's agenda. Fight for these principles, which are popular. We just proved that in Wisconsin again yesterday with voter ID, right? People think we're right. And I think the more strongly and loyally you adhere to those principles, the more success we're going to have in the long run. Not going to win all the battles, but people will vote for the results, which will come from them.
All right, Matt, thank you. Thanks so much. The show this weekend, 7 to 10 on Sunday?
Yes, and we got an interesting one this weekend, Dom. We have Stephen Fulop, a Democrat candidate for governor.
The mayor of Jersey City.
The mayor of Jersey City. I put out a challenge, and I said if any Democrats have the intestinal fortitude to come on 1210, happy to talk to them. And to the mayor's credit, he said, sure, I'll come in and have a conversation. So in the 8 o'clock hour, right in the middle of the program, he's going to come into the studio, and we're just going to do a podcast-style chat, run through the issues. I'm sure we'll challenge him on some stuff. It should be a good conversation. This is the kind of discussion that obviously the legacy media networks won't have because they don't want to hear from the other side. But we're a little different at 1210.
That is a coup. That is always something I recommend. It'd be great stuff, Matt. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. See ya.
All right. So, the mayor of Jersey City, one of their leading contenders. Dan, it's worth a shot since, you can let the guy know that I'm a former teacher in New Jersey, the head of the NJEA that's running for governor. I've had the NJEA on before. And, it goes for about 5 minutes, okay, and then we're into World War III. But particularly, I would have the ability to talk with him about the education stuff that he president of the NJEA. If that guy became governor, even Jersey would be a whole lot worse. All right. Phone lines are 855-839-1210. That's how you can get on board. Hit us on the side question. I don't see it quite the way Matt does in this. I get it. I get what he said about it's Wisconsin and all that. I'm going by Scott Presler, who is in absentia now, trying to I don't want to bug him too much today. He's really taking it hard. That this was winnable here. And I just don't think we got it done. And in Florida, the numbers were not as good as they were the last time. Now, they still won, and they won by double digits. That's true. I'm not saying it's a Trump agenda. That would be a mistake to think this is about the things that are popular. Keep doing them. I don't think the tariffs are necessarily popular, though, across the board. I think people are saying, look, I like Trump. I'm willing to put up with this a bit. Just like I'm putting up with no lights here. They're fooling around with something again.
Yeah, I don't know what that was.
All right, you know, the
YouTube.com/@12WPHT.
Here we go. Yeah, at least the light's not blinking last week.
Dom in the dark. Here we go again.
All right. What's the magic word here? Is it across the building?
Or just... I got some music for this.
All right, here we go. Yes. YouTube.com/1210WPHT. We're undercover now. I've had to do it in shows in the dark, and people, Mulligan's, it was in the dark.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and you had to have flashlight over it, the whole thing. All right, so phone lines, if they work, 855.
Hey, we got lights again.
839-1210. All right, let's talk about Sicily, where the electricity works. It's been said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with the ancient crossroads of civilization. The Romans, the Greeks, you know that story, right? World War II. Come with us, see the beauty of Sicily, and do it with listeners. That's the joy of this. Ro and I, you, the listeners, the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty. This is Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. Headed to Europe again, the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours. $55.44, including airfare. That's all, $55.44. The dining events we enjoy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattrocante, stunning Monreal, the Palace of the Normans, 888-733-9494. That's where you go. ConservativeTours.com. Don't forget the Godfather part of this. 3 big films. It's a joy, the locales from the movie. The Crown Jewel of Sicily, Taormina. Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. Sicily is ancient, charming, picturesque. A country within a country. We'll see you in Savoca. Here's that number again. Call them and get the details. Get your group together. It's more fun if you bring a bunch of people. 888-733-9494.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Alina Spies is with us in studio. You've been with TMF for quite some time. Tell us about that.
Someone who was working with TMF came through and he's like, hey, wait, you're a combat vet. Have you ever heard of Travis Manion? And I said, no. So he handed me over the book. I read it. My first presentation was to our Trooper Youth Week, which is our students coming over, getting a taste of what our academy is like, a taste of the New Jersey State Police, and I absolutely fell in love.
Don't get it wrong, folks. It's not Alina Spies. It's Alina Spies, or she'll kick your ass. Great stuff.
Thank you so much.
You got it.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at the Keswick Theater, Saturday, April 5th.
I love the orchestra, the music.
It was fantastic. I saw it before. This one was absolutely marvelous.
Proceeds go to the 5 Abington Fire Companies to replace protection gear permanently damaged in the recent SPS fire. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at the Keswick in Glenside, Saturday, April 5th. And help the Abington firefighters. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
President Trump is making New Jersey safer, securing the border and deporting dangerous criminals. And he's getting no help from Phil Murphy and Trenton Democrats. I'm Jack Chittarelli. That all changes when I'm governor. On day 1, we'll end Murphy's sanctuary state and ban sanctuary cities. We'll work with ICE and take the handcuffs off our police to keep our communities safe. It's time Trenton Democrats realize we need to protect our communities. When I'm governor, we will.
Paid for by Chittarelli for Governor Inc., 99 Gray Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again. Over the years, I've seen way too many timeshare exit companies pop up, take folks' money, and disappear. I just saw an ad from an exit company started by a couple of bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire bozos out fire. Want out of your timeshare? I'll send you our free timeshare exit info kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free kit. 800-843-1313. 800-843-1313.
From Broomall to Blackwood, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, Dom Giordano show. So the side question today, coming off a film that's a bit, critics' consensus, but not overwhelming. A couple people on Twitter, Italian food. Oh, my God. That's impossible.
Kind of overrated.
Oh, my God. Yeah, that's definitely impossible. We know that's the world's great cuisine. Giuseppe, get on the phone here. Come on, people all get French cuisine.
Probably going to be my fourth choice.
Oh, that's after Kabasi, I guess everything else is downhill.
Chinese, Mexican, French.
Oh God, yes.
Then Italian.
All right.
Yeah.
French. Oh,
what French food are you eating?
It gets worse all the time. All right,
French
we're wide open in the 2 o'clock hour. We got Dom's Money Melody. We're starting to hear more details, and they appear to be that these tariffs are going to be relatively mild that we see today. I have not gotten one call, though. I think people think, well, look, I'm a Trump supporter, Dom. I don't like the tariffs either. I know that this is fraught with difficulty here, but it's Trump, so I'm going to trust him on this. All right, I get that for a period of time. And there are some results around the edges, but you do know why in the end these things are difficult. They damage everybody. So Liberation Day, we've got to get Steve Moore on the show tomorrow. He's the guy I trust the most economically. Love EJ Antoni, who is more on board with this. And the argument is Trump is all over the place because that's negotiating. But the markets are having difficulty with that because they like more stability. So once we know exactly what he's going to do, or maybe people feel it doesn't affect me. Maybe I'm wrong. How many people, your 401k, other plans, Roth, whatever it might be, you're invested in the market. The market goes bad. Now, I don't think it's going to cause recession, and Democrats are hoping there's enough pain here. Is Trump actually going to say this afternoon, well, there's going to be some short-term pain? And EJ Antoni made the point, what's the goal here? Bring American jobs back? Trump's already doing that in large measure because he's so pro-business, so not Biden. Why is it necessary to do this? So what am I going to see this afternoon that's going to change me? In other words, I'm giving him credit. He's already brought $5 trillion back. Why this? Is it more personal? It just offends him that we're not getting a good deal here, there, and everywhere. 855-839-1210. That's how you get in.
Here's Bill Spadia with President Donald Trump.
Mr. President, as you fight through the corrupt media, the corrupt criminal justice system, face all kinds of battles, how important is it for you to know that we've got your back? no matter how your enemies are coming at you.
It's important, and you've had my back from the beginning. I know all about it. That's why I'm talking to you. I turned down plenty of requests, I will tell you, but you've had my back, and I really appreciate it.
We have a great leader in Washington. Now we need one in Trenton. As governor, Bill Spadea will dig in to fix our state. He'll take on and beat the Trenton politicians who have rigged the system for themselves. This is our chance to rebuild New Jersey for all of us. Republican Bill Spadea for governor. Patriots, it's time.
Paid for by Rebuilding New Jersey PAC, 9 Bethel Road, 1044, Somers Point, New Jersey, 08244. Not authorized or made with the cooperation or prior consent of, or in any consultation with, or at the request or suggestion of any candidate, or any person or committee acting on behalf of any candidate.
Scorching summer months are almost here. CNC can keep you cool. Don't wait until your age system fails before replacing it. Take advantage of CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years. Payments can be as low as $89 per month. This offer is now extended through the end of April, so don't delay. Just go to cc-hvac.com for more information. CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York dealers. Offers for new installations through April 30th.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your fork.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Movie star Val Kilmer has died from pneumonia. He was 65 years old. The district attorney's office is establishing a new enforcement unit to tackle illegal dumping in Philadelphia. And Opera Philadelphia is closing its season with a modern spin on a Mozart classic.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Welcome in. I'm saving this for this hour, and it's a thing that most of us can relate to. Big battle going on. Look, this Paulina Luna, this Latino representative Republican, I am suspect of. She the other day, Kennedy assassination, she knows. Now she shut down, essentially, the House for this whole week. No voting. Because she says she doesn't want to vote by proxy. All right? In other words, they're saying that new parents, should be able to vote by proxy wherever they are. I like Representative Ryan McKenzie. He agreed with them. He has a nearly 1-year-old son, said his work in the Pennsylvania State House, creating a maternal mortality review commission to help inform him on what new mothers and parents go through. It would be 12 weeks. This happened during COVID, which was different. And the male gets 12 weeks, the father, to vote by proxy. Look, there are certain jobs where you can make allowances and enlightened. We're seeing that. If you're running for Congress or the Senate, though, is this one of them? So Dan Muser, who's going to be on the show tomorrow, the congressman from Pennsylvania, who we think is going to run for governor, we're always happy to have him, he's close to the president, voted against it ultimately when he found out the dad also gets 12 weeks voting by proxy. Now, what happened? Well, first of all, several people making a point. Look, we're telling people in the federal government, and America has spoken on this, you know what? You got to go back to work in person. You can't be doing this from Timbuktu. We know that it's usually fraudulent, right? There's been a big push, make federal workers go back, all those buildings, all that's spent, all that stuff. And you really can't do the same when you're remote. I had to be for a while, and it just didn't feel the same. You know, it was more comfortable in some ways, but communicating, even though in sync with Dan and all on the air, it's better in person. It's much more in sync. So McKenzie and the others saying this is cruel, cold-hearted. What happened when they did it during COVID? Story in the Wall Street Journal today. Representative Cindy Axne was spotted on Instagram taking a vacation in France. And she said, the deal is, I'm a family member. I'm a mom of 2 boys. I had a trip planned for 8 months, paid for, because that's the only time I could go. And the Inflation Reduction Act, the Biden Inflation Reduction Act, passed with 220 votes, 158 by proxy, during what the House has scheduled as a summer recess. All right? You see what happens with this stuff. So is this enlightened to say this Paulina Luna and a couple of others, and Ryan McKenzie voted for it? They're right. You ought to be able to vote by proxy, no matter where you are. I just don't think that sits. Look, after a couple days of birth, okay. But several women who have given birth multiple times and soldiered on, they said that's part of the deal here. That's part of what you got to know if you want to be in Congress. If you have to skip a vote, you have to skip a vote. That's what you do. Or you may have to come in and you're working up till, close to delivery. That's what you have to do. And this has happened a lot of times in a lot of different situations. And it has changed. Here's Mike Johnson. And usually on stuff like this, I don't fully agree with Johnson. Talking about this, usually he cites the Constitution, and he's right. Now, COVID was an exception. You know what Democrats want with this? They want the ones that are on board. Ultimately, if you're voting by proxy, God knows what happens here. Who's really voting, how it's happening, the whole thing. There's a reason to vote in person. Here's Johnson.
Well, it's a very disappointing result on the floor there. A handful of Republicans joined with all the Democrats to take down a rule. That's rarely done. It's very unfortunate in this case. 96% of House Republicans voted against proxy voting because they believe it's unconstitutional and they agree that it would open a Pandora's box. And so that's what we just saw. Let me just make this clear. That rule being brought down means that we can't have any further action on the floor this week. That means we will not be voting on the SAVE Act for election integrity. We will not be voting on the rogue judges who are attacking President Trump's agenda. We will not be taking down these terrible Biden policies with the CRA votes. All that was just wiped off the table. It's very unfortunate. We'll regroup and come back, and we'll have to do this again.
Mr. Speaker, were you asking for 2 months?
All right, 855-839-1210. I guess what would be a legitimate period of time here, if there is one in this, in order to vote by proxy? People are nervous about this. All kinds of things can happen. I understand why. Is this a job where the demand is going to be such you'll have to miss the vote then? I mean, people have voted when needed under extraordinary circumstances. All right, people have been wheeled in. We've seen that type of stuff. It's a very demanding thing versus other jobs where accommodation is possible. You know, there's a tremendous amount of jobs. It's possible. Are there jobs where there's not? I just find it interesting, too, how Republicans on this, several of them went with it, including Ryan McKenzie, and Muser, who's on tomorrow, did not when he found out the male would also get 12 weeks. Now, think about that. I mean, we're having federal workers, rightfully so, this long period of time, go back to the office. People were tired of it. It was a joke. You know, not that we think they're productive in many of these things anyhow. Maybe I'd keep them at home so they can't screw things up more. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. And again, it's enlightened to allow policies, to allow people to work around this. But as being in Congress, don't you know that when you go into it? Their argument is, yeah, we did, but if you want better people, you're going to have to accommodate this type of stuff. So we're dealing with 3 months of voting by proxy. What could go wrong with that? It's obvious the things that can go wrong with that. All right, I wanted to play one other thing, too. This is youtube.com/1210WPHT. This is cut 16, Henry. This is a Walgreens, not executive, but this is just a guy working a job in a big Walgreens in California. He gets shot, apparently police believe, by a guy who hates big pharma, or at least big pharmacies, kind of like the maniac who shot the healthcare guy to death. And look, I get the baggage of the healthcare guy, the United Healthcare, of some of the policies, some of the things you pay a lot of money, then they turn you down, the battle's over. How can the insurance companies get away with that? He deserves a death penalty sooner rather than later. But here's the guy, here's ABC News reporting on this shooting.
This chilling surveillance video. Narciso Gallardo Fernandez seen shooting at the camera just moments after allegedly killing a Walgreens employee. Police say Hernandez went to the parking lot to reload.
There is no relation between Narciso and Eric Velasquez.
Madera Police Chief Gino Chermonte says Narciso drove from Pixley, showing up at the Walgreens off Cleveland Avenue just before closing Monday.
We do know he has a general disdain or grudge against pharmacies, large-scale pharmacies.
So now we got guys not only want to shoot pharmacy executives, but he doesn't like large-scale pharmacies. Look, I'm one of the biggest guys in the world. Philadelphia used to have, I believe, 600 independent pharmacies, small pharmacies. Yes.
Wow.
That's a guesstimate before all this started.
That's as frequent as the corner stores you see.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. And people trusted them, and I'm all about that. I don't know how many there are now that are truly independent. I bet it's not more than, it's certainly not 50. Is it 40, 30, maybe 20, if that, something like that?
I can't remember the last time I've seen one.
Yeah, there are. I've seen a couple.
Yeah, a block away from where I lived in Port Richmond, there was Port Richmond Pharmacy.
Yeah, and these are much more dependable. I feel that way to the average person. It started Rite Aid and Ed Rendell made a big play with Rite Aid and, and also changing society, et cetera. So this guy doesn't like the big pharmacies taking over. And I get that because you don't have the chance, at least the one I go to talk to people that they know you. They're just busy, busy, busy. This one in Lower Chestnut Hill, it's incredible what you have to do.
I can't even tell which one the pharmacist is.
They're usually in the center or a little bit higher up.
Are they?
Yeah. But you're not talking to them. You're not there's not going to be a connection there, et cetera, by and large, like you would with the neighborhood pharmacist, all right, which was much more reliable. And it was a drugstore. It was not a giant convenience store. Although, great shot on Twitter. Somebody took the paper trail from the CVS that we talked about yesterday. They have it wrapped around them like it's a scarf. It's so long. Where is that? That's the coupons I'd love to go over to a CVS in Flowertown right now, and they come in, 40% off. Let me start buying. I'm turning around and going back to the door. It's like you hit the lottery. All right, so this guy is killing people, killed this guy, they allege, because he just doesn't like big companies like Walgreens. Almost hard to believe how far this has gone. All right, you can get in right now. By the way, I'm watching, we paid homage maybe tomorrow to Val Kilmer. Doesn't look like the Val Kilmer I remember in Top Gun. Kind of different looking. All right, but he's Doc Holliday to me. 855-839-1210. It is time right now, though, for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
All right, we had Conklin on. Going to be a great night over in Glenside. A lot of great spots to eat. Love Glenside at the Keswick. You'll win a pair of tickets to see Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra Saturday, April 5th. The Keswick Theater in Glenside, Pennsylvania. For tickets, of course, joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. What's the backstory?
Yeah,
here?
Dom, today we're talking about things that critics seem to really enjoy, or the general public seems to enjoy, that you just can't get behind. You think it's overrated? I got a cover song sung by an individual who fits the bill. The song originally was indeed fitting the bill, being an overrated song, and the cover artist also fitting the bill. So an overrated artist covering an overrated artist's overrated song. So Dom,
all right.
Yeah, real meta here. Really going inside it. And Dom, this person's making headlines for a reason that's kind of ironic with the theme of this song, because I hate to say it, but they don't fit the bill. So Dom, we want to know who today's cover artist is. An artist, a musician who is very much overrated according to me. I think you might agree with it as well, Dom. Take a listen. I'm watching this video. Even Bruce Springsteen himself is disappointed in this cover. It's a look of disgust when they kind of point over to him. But this guy is indeed a legend, very much respected in the realm of music, the cover artist. But Dom, I can't agree with those critics. I can't agree that he is indeed that good of a musician. Do you agree with it?
No, I'm going to go against talk radio here. You know, now it's because of his faux pas recently, say the last 8 to 10 years. I see what you mean. But prior to that, oh, come on now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he was the best in that group. I think most people would agree with me.
I like the local guy better.
All right. So who is it? Who is that mystery man? You're going off to see Conklin, City Rhythm Orchestra, great night for charity over in Glenside. I'll be there, Ro. Come on up and say hello if you get the tickets. 855. Yeah, now I hear him singing this again. It's really wretched. 855-839-1210.
Kale & Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I need to get below 200. I can't carry it anymore. I look like a schlub. I've got things that are jiggling in places I shouldn't have places. For those who think I'm not going to be able to pull it off, just remember when you doubted me for the bike ride.
All you need to do is do the bike ride. You'll lose weight.
All I have to do is just cut out booze and carbs.
In all seriousness, I think all of this talking about him not having a great lifespan.
You guys are wearing me down.
Working on him.
Yeah.
See?
Good
for all of us.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure why I want to stick around for another 40, but maybe I do.
Start your day with Kale & Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, it's Rob Beto with Keystone Window. Are you thinking of replacing your old, drafty, iced-over windows? Before you call Keystone, try this. Call those big window companies. You know who they are. No matter what price they give you, just say no, no. And watch how that price starts to drop. Funny thing is, Keystone's first and only price is lower than the final price they give you. Why? Because it's the honest way to do business. You see, if they lie before they have your money, how will you be treated after they do? Think about it. Call Keystone Window for a free estimate. We'll give you the real price right up front, good for 30 days. Save $80 per window on the best Energy Star vinyl windows made today. Lifetime warranty with labor, financing available. 267-308-2500. 267-308-2500. Windows for a lifetime. Keystone Window, a better window, an honest price.
Need new windows, pick up the phone. Keystone.
Looking to unlock your savings potential? With a First Harvest Credit Union Growth Savings Account, you can earn as high as 3.2% annual percentage yield. Or check out our competitive certificate and IRA specials. Earn more with flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at the Keswick Theater, Saturday, April 5th.
I couldn't imagine how good it would be with the orchestra. Phenomenal.
All his voices are fabulous. He sings, his daughter sings. She was absolutely wonderful, too.
Proceeds go to the 5 Abington Fire Companies to replace protection gear permanently damaged in the recent SPS fire. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at the Keswick in Glenside, Saturday, April 5th. And help the Abington firefighters. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
A message from Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters, and you do have a choice. So choose efficiency, choose reliability, choose innovation, choose a water heater that's manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. Choose Bradford White. Still is and always will be built to be the best. So make the right choice. Ask your plumbing professional to install a Bradford White water heater in your home or business. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Show me the money. All right, here's the cover song, and think of the word overrated, whatever the critics say. Who is covering all of this? Better than Springsteen, I'd say.
I hate to admit it, but
wait a minute. You jumped right into that one. You went so crazy.
I might have to defend Springsteen
there you
for
go.
once.
All right,
Yeah,
we got that on
terrible.
record. That's a drop, defending Springsteen. Let's go to Ted in Holmesburg on Talk Radio 1210. Tim. Hey, Tim, who's covering that song?
That sounds like Neil Young.
It is Neil Young. So are you in dance camp? We're talking the entirety of his career. Was he always, the critics were wrong? Or do you agree with me? There were parts of his career pretty good.
I think most of it was pretty good.
There you go, Dan. All right.
Let me underline pretty good. The guy is thought of as one of the all-time folk artists.
Well, at one point.
Well, my point being that I look at people like Croce or James Taylor, I think are both better in the slower stuff. And then I look at his bandmates. I look towards David Crosby, being a member of the Byrds, playing for JFK at one point during his career. It's amazing to think of what Stephen Stills even did in his career, and he doesn't get the same kind of love that Neil Young gets. So I think he's overrated in the sense that maybe his bandmates should be rated as high as him. So maybe bring Neil down a little bit and his bandmates up a little bit.
4 dead in Ohio.
Yeah. Well, thank his friends for that one too as well.
Yeah. All right, I have the.
But I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I don't know if you saw. He's nervous now because he's saying he's going to be barred from returning to the United States over his Trump criticism. He's a dual citizenship holder. He was born in Canada and U.S. and is now afraid that because of his politics, Trump's going to keep him out of the United States.
Oh, yeah. Well, the last 10 or 15 years, even before Trump, but particularly now, I mean, this has been wretched. But you said, it might be better than Springsteen.
Yeah.
No, Springsteen's better.
Did you think Trump would keep him out?
No.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's so narcissistic.
Yeah, exactly. And Trump is like,
And to wrap everything together, he's singing here, Born in the USA, as by Bruce Springsteen, but ironic because Neil Young now fighting to come back to the USA because notably not born in the USA.
All right, so what do any number, we have the Forbes billionaires list. Dan, you may pull up the national. I just have what the Inquirer says are the local billionaires. How many do you think we have, by their reckoning, in the Philadelphia area? It has got to be like 25 or so on here. And a lot of them are connected with the field of sports. How is it the Sixers ownership has one guy worth 10.6, another 9.9, a third one, I think, 2.3 billion, and yet they're tanking. Is hedge fund? Did they teach you how to tank in hedge fund school?
Too many voices.
Yeah, some of the others, Yingling, we love the Yinglings. But here's one at 1.6 billion. Her career is music, and they say Taylor Swift is a local billionaire. What the hell is that based on? It's your Philadelphia Inquirer. Yes, that's amazing here. A lot of these, I don't know. Vertex is a company I don't know.
Gore-Tex?
Yeah. But 3 Sixers owners. Victoria Mars, of course, Candy.
Wait.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Jeffrey Lurie and family, $5.3 billion. And John Middleton, who is one of the most down-to-earth people I've ever been around, and I don't think he was doing it intentionally, $4.1 billion. We sat behind him at the ball game. He just sits down with random people. Of course, DJ couldn't let it go. Had to discuss pitching changes with him. I'm going, oh, my God, this is not going to end well for me. Don't do it. Took pictures with like 100 people. I think is one of the best owners that we've seen ever. You know, people complain about ownership here. I don't think the Sixers owner spends money, but he just doesn't.
He spends money on other teams.
Right, but he doesn't care exactly, about what goes on, and Lori is associated with it, et cetera. So these are some of the local billionaires. And
I didn't know Mars was local. Victoria Mars is in there?
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Which is ironic because you got Hershey right down there.
Right, along with sisters. So some of them must be local.
Mars owns M&M's, Milky Way, Skittles, Ben's Rice, Pedigree, Whiskas, Pet Food.
And Michael Rubin, he's Sixers owner. There's 3 Sixers owners on here, and Jeffrey Lurie. There's 5. Well, you almost have to be a billionaire or really close to it somehow or another to own a sports team. I mean, let's face it, that's where the bottom line is. All right, phone lines. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Hit us something like Neil Young covering that. That was a very good one from Dan today. That is overrated, essentially. Critics, the mainstream says it. You tried it, didn't like it. You can't go down that track. By the way, just a little nugget to put out there as we see how this develops. I like this part of Doge a lot. The Trump administration, through Doge, is trying to claw back, in quotes, $85 million from 20 New Jersey school districts. $85 million. Why? This is COVID money. This is money that they didn't spend on COVID, so give it back. Delran Township School District is one. Gloucester City School District, give it back. Bridgeton School District, give it back. Hamilton Township School District, give it back. A lot of the others are in upper New Jersey. 20 school districts facing the federal funding cuts. Why didn't they spend the money on COVID? And the amount of money is extensive. It adds up to $85 million. Because they're screwing around here. They should have spent it on getting kids back in school, high-class tutoring and all that to get them back up to par. Instead, they decided to keep it. Well, you know what? You don't need it now. COVID's long over. Give the $85 million back. This is the type of thing that Doge has done a great job on. So I thought I'd go through this with you because I do believe that Elon Musk, by sometime in May, let's say Memorial Day, I don't think is going to be front and center around Doge. So what is Musk's big contributions during this whirlwind? 1, helping Trump get elected, the funding, et cetera, Twitter. 2, rescuing the astronauts. 3, Starlink in various places, like in North Carolina, the stuff that he did around that. 4, Doge in large regard. But I think this is going to be, you're going to see, I think the rumors are more correct than not. You're going to be seeing a little bit, not as much of a public face of it as we move forward. So there has been positive impact here, but there's also elements, we saw it in Wisconsin, that are drawbacks. Phone lines are 855-839-1210. $85 million, though, kept still from COVID. Let's go to Brock in Charleston, Pennsylvania on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Brock, welcome in. What do you have today?
Hello, Dom. Thank you. My second call, it's not Charleston, it's Charlestown.
Oh, okay.
That's my bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, see,
Chucktown.
it's bad producing here, Brock. I plead the Fifth Amendment.
Last time Brock comes and hammers Henry, now I'm getting it, Brock.
Yeah, but thank you for that.
It's north on 29 from Malvern.
I know where you're talking about.
It does sound like it's at the end. I'll give you a place, Brock, that I think sounds like the end of the world, but from my house in Mount Airy, not bad. And that is Collegeville.
Mount Airy's a nice place, by the way.
Yeah, Collegeville. Luke wanted to play golf there, and I'm saying Collegeville. That's the end of the world. Not bad at all. So Charlestown.
Charleston's a very nice place.
Okay.
The owners of what do you call it? What's the name of that place? Investment bankers, just $6 million house down the hill from me, but I don't have a $6 million house.
Let's move in.
So I'll make it very quick. So 3 things. Last time I was agog about finally getting through to Dan, and so I was a little bit starstruck. That's
with
one.
Dan? Oh my God!
Brock, I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh at you, man. But please don't feel starstruck around me. I'm the last person in the world that deserves that.
That's a reaction women have every day. I've seen it.
Oh
Brock.
my God!
Yeah. Oh my goodness!
I'm only 6'4", not 6'8".
Okay. Well, 6'7", and 9/10. Let's be accurate. Yes.
Okay, and I disrespected you because it's not been 10 years. It was 2002 that I started listening to you.
Well, thank you, Brock, very much for that.
Because I became an older person and understood political things matter to me.
Okay.
Taxes, etc.
Yeah. Oh, good.
And the third thing is I really disrespected Henry. I'm as old as Eddie Vedder. Okay, I'm not that old. And your generation really contributed a ton. And by the way, you smacked it down. Skiing, yes. I was 16 years old. By the way, I graduated high school, and I also taught in college for 20 years. But I was in Berchtesgaden, which is Switzerland.
Right.
Which is skiing. And I said, I can ski. I'm an airborne soldier. I skied for 50 yards. There was some Jägermeister involved.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Got to stay warm somehow.
And Dom, I dumped it after 30 yards.
Oh, my God.
I'm like, screw this. But the whole thing is skiing is the worst. It's the worst. Great. No, it's not. It really isn't.
I agree. Thank you, Brock. Thank you. The second time call was every bit as good as the first. Sorry. Yeah, my God, what a character. Thank you, Brock.
Starstruck.
855.
Thank you, audience.
839-1210. Hit us with that. That is on the side question. Hunter Biden agrees to be disbarred. Imagine Hunter Biden as an attorney. Imagine the advice should come in and, just saying based upon what we know, he might be snorting something off the legal documents. Yeah. We're going to win this case. I'll just call my father. Hunter Biden, I do despise. I know some people with everybody on the other side, but Hunter Biden does get me crazy that this guy has gotten away with it. He is truly the face of what the other side calls privilege. He is the face of privilege.
I think I would want Hunter Biden as my lawyer because I know he's going to stay up all night doing drugs.
Oh, that's right, yes.
Make sure he's prepared for the case.
He would be consulting with his other attorneys around, whatever prostitute happens to be knocking on the door at that point. And then I imagine the guys in this circle, the agents for him. My God.
He's got the connections.
I'd love to see this guy in law school, Hunter Biden. this genius that we often hear. He can't put his sentence together. The cockiness.
So could we do like a three-way debate between you, Linda Kearns, and Hunter Biden?
Yeah, that's right. Yes. Well, Linda Kearns. Linda, I think you could take Hunter Biden. I'll just say that.
Yeah,
I think.
We know she could take him. Come on. She's going to call in furious.
She can't answer today. She's too busy doing ipso facto. I'm waiting for that light on the hotline to hit us. Hunter Biden versus Linda Kearns. All right. Let me think of some other attorney. The attorney on The Simpsons versus Hunter Biden. Oh. I got to go with the guy on The Simpsons.
Did you just equate Linda Kearns with the attorney on The Simpsons?
No. Hunter Biden versus that guy. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad.
Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
It's engagement season. Get proposal ready at Family & Company Jewelers during their Viraggio Bridal Show, April 17th through the 19th. They're bringing in new inventory and brand new designs. This is your chance to save hundreds, maybe even thousands on the ring of her dreams. Head to Family & Company Jewelers, Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, April 17th, 18th, and 19th for the Viraggio Bridal Show, only from Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Weather sponsored by Natural Lawn of America.
Quiet and cool conditions continue in the forecast today. We'll see a mixture of sunshine and clouds with a high temperature up around 56. For tonight, becoming mostly cloudy, some drizzle possible, low 48. And for Thursday, turning warmer, mostly cloudy, chance for a shower with a high 74.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
And so, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I rest my case.
Mr. Hutt, do you know you're not wearing any pants?
All right, I'm taking
I
Lionel.
moved for a bad court thingy.
You mean a mistrial?
Yeah. That's why you're the judge and I'm the law-talking guy.
All right, Lionel Hutz versus Hunter Biden. All right, Dom Giordano's show. Welcome in. All right, we have some meat on the bone here. Rich will have a lot more, though. 4 o'clock, Liberation Day. 25% tariff on cars, foreign cars, takes effect tonight at 12:01 a.m. Okay? 25% on foreign auto parts takes effect on or about, is the language I'm seeing here, May 3rd. Okay? That's where we are.
Is that a month to buy a car?
Yeah, those are not...
what do you think are going to have
well, no, they take effect 12:01 tonight.
So if I'm in the market for a used car, am I screwed?
No, that car is already here. I think these would be cars that are coming into, if they're already here in their foreign car, no. I think it's coming into the country.
I mean, like with supply and demand, though, if you have a lesser supply of,
right.
Incoming new cars, wouldn't that also make the demand for used cars?
Right. Sure. You know what? It's bank shots. You can't figure out, and
This is tough, man.
This is the thing with this type of thing. And look, if you can't take any Trump criticism, we'll see. Canada, I played you the cut of Doug Ford, the Ontario minister, saying they're ready to settle if America would settle. They may announce that at 4 o'clock. They might put that up front. But how do these things actually work out, to Dan's point? Little hard to say. All I know is most times they're bad for the consumer. In other words, you can't figure out the bank shots of where this ends up and what car dealers do. 25% of any cars coming into the country at 12:01 tonight.
So I'm kind of browsing through cars on a used car app, and it looks like dealers are still depreciating cars to sell them.
Okay.
I'm waiting for the moment, though, when that turns into a...
Let's see. Let's see tomorrow. Let's make a note to see if the rise in price happens that instantly.
So I'll give a plug to the app, cars.com.
Right.
If you click on, oh wow, this car actually went up within the day about $2,000 down.
A used car.
A used car.
Wow.
Yeah, this is a Volvo XC90 T6 2022.
Okay.
Yeah, went up from within the past week, Dom, $2,000.
Wow. So
crap.
Hard to predict fully. You don't know the full repercussions of this in the short term, other than things will go up. There will be back and forth till we get out of this. And the auto parts.
Another one went down.
Yeah. Who knows? I don't know the exact. How do they determine it's a foreign auto part? You know what I mean? There will be language there.
So I think what happens is these used dealerships often, or dealerships themselves, will go to auction, buy cars from the auction that other dealerships want to get rid of. And then it sits on their lot, and they themselves decide what they want to price that at. So maybe there's savvy used car dealers out there that do recognize what the tariffs might do, and they're already, putting that into their price. And that's why we're seeing some. Because I see some that are going up thousands of dollars and others that are decreasing within the past week because it looks like the dealers are trying to get it off the lot. So be interesting to see what these dealers do.
Absolutely, yes. So you're going to see ads where they're going to say, we're not going to do that. We're ready to sell now with cars coming in. At 25%, though, I take that back. I don't think you're going to see too many that are going to say, we're not going to adjust by 25%. If they do, I haven't bought a car in a while. So let's say a car is $40,000 right now, 25%. We're at $50,000. And a car, it's higher with that on it, is going to be astronomical, what the result is. All right? Let's go to Greg in the Northeast on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Greg, afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Dom, Henry, Big Dan. All right, with all the severity of the Doge, Wisconsin, Trump, Musk, the proxy voting, the tariffs, there's been one that's factually inaccurate and actually horrific, and I think it came out of Big Dan's mouth almost an hour ago when he said high heels on women were overrated.
Yes, it's beyond, but he said flats. You're better going to look.
Let him wear sandals, Don.
Oh God, no! I would say women in bare feet are more attractive than if you're going to wear flats. Just take the shoes off. Don't do it.
Now I have some aunts that were nuns. They wore flats. He's so far wrong on this one. Even a tall woman, if she's over 6'3" and 4, looks good. A thin woman, a shapely woman, a shorter woman. High heels look great on all women across the board.
That's exactly right.
He lost his damn
Hey, I'm
mind.
telling you
I've been
this.
listening for an hour.
Trump better not be putting a tariff on high heels. There's going to be trouble here, Greg, if he does.
No, all you have to do is look at all his cabinet members. He's not putting them in flats. Are you kidding me? That was Biden.
Let him work
administration.
Hey, Henry, you were looking for promo material, just like Greg right there.
If you're going to force people into work, let them work comfortably. Let them wear the flats. Come on, Trump.
And Greg, you got a great side answer here, too. This might be a winner.
Right.
Tell me what it is. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, the last thing is they can bring flats, but they have to wear the heels first. I'm not going to say because it's tough to dance in them. So stop with the flats forever. No good. My side question and answer is the Royals. Who cares about?
Yes.
When they're on, I don't even care. We have nothing to do with them. They have nothing to do with the government of England. So I never got the fascination with them. You know, I remember if you're going to watch the wedding of Princess Diana. No, I don't even know. Why would I watch their wedding? They didn't invite me, so I don't really care about them.
I got a question for Greg.
Yes.
Greg, you ever wear high heels?
Well, okay. It's funny. When I was 21, we went out to a Halloween party, and my sister dressed me up. So, yeah, but I didn't have to wear them. I was fake. I was a fake one. I'm not.
But you were supposed to wear them, but then you took them off because you recognized how terrible it was to wear them.
Oh, no, he didn't. He would have been great.
No,
Greg,
it's torture. It's torture.
Thank you, Greg. That's a great answer on the side question. Possible winner. I couldn't concur more. It's billions and billions of dollars of an industry for what? And over the years, a lot of people have agreed.
Uncle Sam, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Go like, subscribe, click the bell for some notifications. This is not my thought, but he says, high heels enhance the, quote, wiggle.
Yes, they do.
Yeah?
Absolutely. And it's engineered. It lengthens your leg. It accentuates even a decent. They do. That's why they're so popular. You don't have to wear them all day. Just put them on when we're looking and then, take them off at your desk or whatever.
Are you okay with 1-inch heels or do they have to be stilettos?
Well, I prefer the stiletto, but, a 3-inch heel would be acceptable.
I am convinced we're going to do a 40-yard dash.
Okay.
At Mulligan's.
You know what?
Heels.
Write that down. Yes, the Walker dash. Johnny Z.
Now the question is, will Walter allow it, though, with the ankle breakage possibilities?
Oh, God. Come on, Walter.
Again, underlining the point why horrible these things are. You can break your ankle.
And I think you should have to be drinking a beer and not spilling it as you're doing it. Walter.
Had a book on the head.
Walter, don't come to Mulligan's that day. Just take off. You can pretend you're there. We'll cover for you.
Finally, a female checks in. Suze loves Jeffy, says they do accentuate the calves.
That's what I was going for. Exactly. All right, 85. Thank you, Greg. Great call. But the caller of the day, 855-839-1210. You get in.
Dr. Jim Burns. This is my wife, Barbara Burns. We've been clients of Crash Proof since 2022. A fiduciary is a person who is obligated to take care of the clients that they're dealing with. And that's what Crash Proof Retirement is all about.
What I like about being with Crash Proof Retirement is the fact that we will never lose any of our investments. We know it's there and it's safe and it's going to earn us some money.
And we actually made a significant amount of money, and there's no surprises. We know exactly what we're getting. We're shown what we're getting. I've been retired for 10 years, and we've never had a fear that we're going to outlive our money, because with the investments that we've made through Crash Proof, the money's always there.
Actually, you've been retired 17 years. You've been having so much fun, you forgot how long it's been.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Mendenhall Inn on April 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Your roof isn't just shingles and nails, it's an investment in your home's future. Hi, this is Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. At Emmons, we use and install only top-tier roofing and siding materials that help boost your home's curb appeal and help your home's resale value. As you know, the most expensive project is the one you have to do twice, so get the job done right the first time with Emmons. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Do you want a new opportunity with great pay, benefits, and a team that cares? Stockwell Elastomerics, a 106-year-old employee-owned company in Philadelphia, the city of winners, is hiring sales engineers and motivated manufacturing workers, skilled or eager to learn, day or night shifts. Their employee stock ownership program lets you become an owner, not just an employee. At Stockwell Elastomerics, you're not just joining a workplace, you're joining a family. Apply at stockwell.com. Stockwell Elastomerics, where careers are made and ownership is earned.
Here's Bill Spadia with President Donald Trump.
Mr. President, as you fight through the corrupt media, the corrupt criminal justice system, face all kinds of battles, how important is it for you to know that we've got your back, no matter how your enemies are coming at you?
It's important, and you've had my back from the beginning. I know all about it. That's why I'm talking to you. I turned down plenty of requests, I will tell you. But you've had my back, and I really appreciate it.
We have a great leader in Washington. Now we need one in Trenton. As governor, Bill Spadia will dig in to fix our state. He'll take on and beat the Trenton politicians who have rigged the system for themselves. This is our chance to rebuild New Jersey for all of us. Republican Bill Spadia for governor. Patriots, it's time.
Paid for by Rebuilding New Jersey PAC, 9 Bethel Road, 1044, Somers Point, New Jersey, 08244. Not authorized or made with the cooperation or prior consent of, or in any consultation with, or at the request or suggestion of any candidate or any person or committee acting on behalf of any candidate.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Win tickets to see the Phillies. Listen to Kale & Company mornings at 9:50 this week to win a pair of tickets to see the Phillies and the Giants. Tuesday, April 15th at Citizens Bank Park. It's Jackie Robinson Day with an on-field tribute to the legacy of number 42 before the game. For tickets, visit Phillies.com.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
I have a question I have to settle tomorrow. I looked at my license, getting a new license. Should I get real ID? I have a passport, so I can fly with that. The only question I have, though, Dan, on my license, it only lists me as 6 feet 0 inches. If real ID will give me 6 feet 1 1/4, I want that quarter, then I will go. I'll pay for the real ID.
Bring a measuring tape tomorrow on YouTube. We'll measure you.
Okay. Is that in heels or is it bare feet?
Grab some and down.
No, bare feet don't count. Billy White Shoes Johnson never would have played, a great player, Widener, or wherever he played here in the NFL, if they didn't let him wear a little lift in the shoe and put weights in his back pocket. All-time great. They would have said too small. Can't have that guy.
So I'm sorry to bring it back to the ID thing, though.
Yes.
The longer you wait, the more you're going to be screwed on this. Like no one's done this, and everyone's gonna have a mad rush to hit the deadline, and the deadline's standing, right?
They put the deadline back 40 times. Just put the deadline back.
Yeah, but usually it's been done sooner than this time. Like they're cutting it close if they push it back.
We got to
again,
put
right?
more pressure on that because I resent it. Why do we need a real ID when you have people walking around in this country, ravaging the country, no identification, no voter ID? If you want real ID and you vote for it, then we need voter ID. Putting me through another hoop here. I just carry my passport.
Ridiculous. It's stupid.
Yeah, the passport picture's better, though. The lighting's a little bit better and all that. Let's go to Joe in Exton, the man who needs no ID on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, what's yours today?
Yes. Hello, Dom.
Hi.
Good afternoon. The state of Florida is touted as an ideal place to live and retire. Yes, except that when the hurricane season arrives, living in Florida becomes a disastrous state of affairs.
Exactly. I think nice weather all year long, too, might be a hair boring, but, you need a few months that are kind of toughen us up, Joe. And Exton has a very temperate climate. You should look up Exton someday, see what degrees of latitude, longitude, what the breakdown of the population is there because of Joe. I do that with
Florida.
Tampa.
Come on.
It's growing. Putting up a lot of apartments.
Yes, and of course, it's a lovely over in Tacconey with the Earl of Tacconey. Earl, welcome in.
Hey, Dom. Yeah, I tried to get Real ID 5 years ago, but because of COVID, I filled out my renewal, and I got my license in the mail. They used my old photo. So I have a 10-year-old photo on my driver's license.
Oh, that's good.
but it's like, son of a bee. I wanted to get the Real ID, and, they just mailed it to me. God forbid I should, have changed in any way.
Exactly.
But,
what's your side today, Earl?
My answer to the side question is just music in general. It's gone downhill. I graduated in the 80s. I grew up with new wave and prog and ska and stuff like that. And I have a large music collection called The Final Countdown, which is every top 100 song for every year for every decade. And when I got to about 88, 89, I listened to a song about 15, 20 times, and it's like I couldn't remember it. It's like, did I listen to this song before? Yeah, you've listened to it a dozen times. It's like it's completely unforgettable. And music to the point now that music is completely forgettable, where there's nothing to make it stick with you and, make it part of your life anymore.
Thank you, Earl. Good answer there. All right, Dan, I kind of settled on mine. Maybe it was the call,
might agree
too,
with
but
you.
I like the answer. Do
I
you
think
agree?
we all agree.
Henry, do you agree?
Let's go with Greg.
Yeah, Greg, the Royals.
Yeah, that's a great call.
And also, that's got to be promo material.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
man, that's right down Talk Radio Alley.
You'd be surprised. The YouTube chat, Dom, on my side with this high heel comment.
Oh, are those women?
Some women, but
mainly women.
Many men agreeing to.
Rose on my side. I don't know. Maisie, I haven't seen high heels or no.
Maisie does high heels. Yeah, no, she does high heels.
Yeah,
often,
there you go.
But
All
I feel
right,
bad
Maisie.
for her every
Way
time
to
she
go.
wears them.
All right, Richie always next. Liberation Day coming up during his